I'm drinking Palinkas, winter, swimming the spa in the middle of winter. Been to Bosnia, mingle with the shorties. They taught me all about their war stories. Can't recall every year, but I remember bits. And I remember when I saw my first pair of tits. Been to Lisbon, it was cool. Got my first tattoo to begin the ritual. Yo, I feel blessed everywhere I go. I can't wait for other continents to hear my flow. Thank you, music, for what you done for me, for what you taught me, for keeping me company. Sound man, turn this mic on. Rock on. Please, folks, let me sing my song. Rock on. You can prove me all night long. Rock on. But here's where I belong. Rock on. Sound man, turn this mic on. Rock on. Please, folks, let me sing my song.
Right.
Sound man, turn this mic on. Rock on. Please, folks, let me sing my song. Rock on. You can prove me all night long.
Just can you not send me YouTube links?
Sound man, turn this mic
Send me.
on. Rock on. Please, folks, let me sing my song.
Name of the Oh, this one's Jones. Classic.
Still Snoop Dogg and D.R.E. Nah, nigga.
Guess who's back?
Still doing that shit, Andre?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Check me out. It's still Dre Day, nigga. AK, nigga. Though I've grown a lot, can't keep it home a lot. Cause when I frequent the spots that I'm known to rock, you hear the bass from the truck when I'm on the block. Ladies, they pay homage, but haters say Dre fell off. How, nigga, my last album was The Chronic. They wanna know if he still got it. They say raps change. They wanna know how I feel about it.
You ain't up on things.
Dr. Dre is the name, I'm ahead of my game. Still puffin' my leaf, still fuck with the beats. Still not loving police. Still rock my khakis with a cuff and a crease. Still got love for the streets, reppin' 213. Still the beats bang, still doing my thing. Since I left, ain't too much change. Still,
I'm representing for them gangsters all across the world.
still,
Hitting them corners and them lolos, girl.
still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the
I'm
D.R.E.
representing for them gangsters all across the world.
Still,
Hitting them corners and them lolos, girl.
still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the D.R.E. Since the last time you heard from me, I lost some friends. Well, hell, me and Snoop, we dipping again. Kept my ear to the streets. Signed Eminem. He's triple platinum, doing 50 a week. Still, I stay close to the heat. And even when I was close to defeat, I rose to my feet. My life's like a soundtrack I wrote to the beat.
Chris.
Street rap like Cali weed.
Yeah,
I
man.
smoke till I'm sleep.
When do you
Wake up in the
last time
AM,
you
compose
eat
a
kebab?
beat. I bring the fire till you're soaking in your seat. It's not a fluke, it's been tried, I'm the truth. Since turn out the lights from the world-class
kept
wrecking crew. I'm still at it, after mathematics. In the home of drive-bys and acmatics. Swap meets, sticky green and bad traffic. I dip through, then I give you the
I'm
DR.
representing for them gangsters all across the world.
Still,
Hitting them corners and them lolos, girl.
still, taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the
I'm
DR.
representing for them gangsters all across the world.
Still,
Hitting them corners and them lolos, girl.
still, taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the DRE. It ain't nothing but mo hot shit. Another classic CD for y'all to vibe with. Whether you're cooling on the corner with your fly bitch. Lay back in the shade.
What you said, Grizzly?
When did you last time eat kebab?
Ooh. Maybe a couple months ago. In the summer, late summer, maybe. Man, but I always feel like sometimes they're just too greasy.
Depends on the meat a lot.
Depends on the place, I think a lot of them.
That's a lot, yeah. What Turkish made it when you where you buy there's Turkish
Yeah.
mix or some
I'm
other.
sure like in Turkey I'll get a lot better than I get in England here.
I mean,
Probably
gyros
for
is,
Russian meat as well.
yeah, because I mean, but you barely have like gyros, like fresh meat cut, like fingers, you know, that piece of, not amount of, no, per piece of meat. It is not flat
You,
like pasta.
you still playing?
Yeah.
Just check out my link I sent you later.
Uh,
Put it in the air. Boy, use a fool, DR.
Were you laughing?
the sound of music.
What music?
I hated that Snoop Dogg was on that fucking song.
Bitch, you got a lot of balls for a small no name. You're so lame, you claim you got you Kanye on cocaine. Yo, you would not blow my mind, bitch, I am not Cobain. Your name is known for blowing sacks, we call the John
I like hip hop, man.
Houston hashish and backseas, count cash of bitches as
Man, I like everything. But generally I consider myself a metalhead. My favorite band is Rotten Christ.
Because you ain't shook. But right about the cons beside the fake crooks. You like to pose with bras for a Facebook like, but I bang bras, I can't recall what their face look like. I pipe you like a slap the bitch and chat. I like it and tap your voice like an Instagram photo. You can rip my damn polo, snatch my silver hand solo, but you can't hate on my game or this a man's mojo. So get angry if you want, get out, won't give the damn hopo, but don't lift your hands. Your fist they tend to land slow-mo. I'm a skinny man, but when mad, I whip your fam. Stomp my soles on your throat.
You like my... Do you like my camera setup? Grizzly, you like my camera setup?
What?
Ah, never mind.
Oh yeah, it's good. Yeah. Well, that's some educational. I don't know.
That's what I'm doing. You wanna
Videos.
see? You wanna meet Liara there in the background? That's Liara.
I know. Well, I thought you were gonna make some like for I don't know, hashish cures the cancer and that kind of shit.
Oh, there's plan to do a lot of things.
Efficiency, тетраканабиноиды, that's the THC.
Oh, she's thinking long. So,
Sometimes I don't know all the answers. Not an easy job. Sometimes an extremely dangerous practice.
can't be mad. Can't be mad. I'm not even mad. Just understandable. It's the hottest thing since fucking, I don't know, Facebook. Facebook is not even as hot. Cooking here.
You watched the Joe Logan's interview for ancient civilization. That kind of stuff. If you're-
I know the theory. I've seen bits and bobs.
Yeah.
I've seen the original documentaries. It's all interesting and whatnot, but it's all bullshit at the end of the day.
Depends.
It's a fun theory to believe.
Well, kind of, yeah. But you can still.
That's the thing. It's fun
manipulate.
theory to believe, but like there's always that like like nobody really fully commits to it. I believe only that guy probably. That famous ancient alien guy.
Well, you can manipulate
Ye-
water down. That's you have clips on it. That's for sure. But we had this a lot of stuff before, but
Dude,
that's-
I think it just is as simple or sad as it gets. We are probably the first intelligent beings in our galaxy.
And then why the fuck nobody can explain that pyramid when it's like 19 tons?
You know,
Built at
people don't understand that back in the day, they were not as dumb. They used what they could and made all kind of probably things to hoist those rocks up. And remember, it took them probably a long time, many years of thousands of people working. Now we imagine like high rise, yeah. You just see a couple people in a couple months goes up, done.
Yeah, but we are not making. We're just making the AI smarter. We are not making it to improve anything else.
I mean, what's it to do with the ancient aliens? I don't understand.
No, fuck it. That alien bullshit. I don't believe the shit. But the problem is like, this new guy that he's influencer or some shit. I don't know what the fuck he is. He like paid 4,000 people, blind people, to have operation and so they can see, no? So that's a huge bullshit. You have in 1970, they have already that kind of operation in China. So people who didn't see from the start of their birth, if you want to see and have operation, you will work until you die, 18 hours a day, if you want to see. And that was.
If you want to see
1970.
what, I don't understand.
The blind people.
Oh, they would treat blind people.
Yeah, that we have that technology a long time. Even with fucking medicine, and now they tell me they cannot find a cure for the COVID and that kind of bullshit.
I don't know what kind of conspiracy theories you're watching, but give me a list. Send me
Like
Discord.
circles.
I'm already.
Yeah, I'll try to.
So, it sounds interesting, but sounds all like bullshit.
No, it's not one bullshit.
I've been through this rabbit hole, trust me. I've taken the red pill and all the way back. I've crawled all the way in there and crawled all the way back.
Like
that
Alex.
fucking community and everything, Alex Jones, and been there, done that.
I don't know. Because you got too much information.
It's a phase. It's a phase. Like conspiracies it's a phase, and then some people realize like at the end you become wiser, and you're like at the end you don't really
Give a
know.
shit.
Nobody know. No, not that you give a shit. Partly yes, but like nobody really knows anything for sure. It's like maybe that's true, but there's always like maybe. It's like okay, so what? Okay, maybe there's so many possibilities. At the end, it's like you realize that just it is what it is, and you just carry on with daily life. You just let that just pass. We can argue about it as much as we want.
Yeah, but people always believe
For
what they
fun.
see. So today you have a media to believe what you see. No? Nobody believed before. Like I don't know, 30th century or such shit. Before they were only believing by the stories.
you watch my stream or not? I'm trying to tell Liara to say hi to you, but I think servers
can't.
are so overloaded.
I'll try. Let me just pick up the pyro and.
Maybe today we just try to code her, not talk to her. Probably that's for better.
Really don't. Dash, someone's dead at the radio.
Roger that.
Fuck this weed. Makes me cough. I don't know what's that good or bad.
What exactly is an orchestra? What exactly is an orchestra? What exactly is an orchestra? It's a collection of people scraping, blowing, banging. What exactly is an orchestra? What exactly is an orchestra? What exactly is an orchestra? It's a collection of people scraping, blowing, banging things all at once.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, I would like to thank you all for joining us this afternoon for the defense of our latest thesis. We would like to take this opportunity to set the record straight and present a new formula, algorithmic in its execution.
Biochemical equation discovered by a process of elimination. Patient identifies classification or analysis. Analyst got struck by paralysis, and as of all most recent information, causality is still inconclusive. Investigation make some degree of headway to particle acceleration. Deviation is apparent in relation to the phase of rotation in the Hadron Collider. Schematic graphics are attached in the appendix, which lends itself to further expo. Turn to page 53 and all through the work of Dr. Siemens on plasticity and foams. Do note, no quotes on the following. High dose of the isotope spotted in a space-time cluster with projected arc trajectory that indicates collision is a strong possibility. This just in. Apparently the crucial core reactor has been sabotaged. Suspect the culprits are a crew of scratch bandits in the quantum department. Known within the field to be algorithmic.
Oh my god, I cannot believe you're gonna win this, guys.
Algorithmic with the execution to keep the universe in unison.
Strict schooling with the chalk finger. Tip lock picking knowledge for y'all, the thought giver. Palm grip hard on a Darwin's origin. The species about to hit the porcelain. Darkinian, reptilian, miracle compound, boss sound. You feel it when it blow up like helium or silicon breast. Or the beautiful cosmos upon its first breath. Long before solitary cells split a monetary wealth gripped an otherwise well-equipped settlement. Intelligent enough to see the mysteries and discuss thus mathematically. Algorithmic with the execution.
Algorithmic with the execution.
Cheesecake.
Algorithmic with the execution.
I have cheesecake as well.
The universe in unison.
Numerically nice, quite naturally. The recipe
You know that
Oh, excuse
you,
me.
Chris, look like Mobius.
Like who?
Keeping all the planets in their proper orbit. Norbit, would you kindly fetch the machine to
Like who?
Mobius fucking from the Spider-Man movie.
Mobius? Oh, I don't watch those superhero movies, really.
He's talking about the Matrix, Morpheus.
Oh, that's from Matrix. Morpheus. How I can't look like Morpheus.
Not Morpheus, Mobius.
Mobius. Who's Mobius in Matrix? Mobius.
Mobius, fucking.
Who is the Mobius, the character?
The
It's Morbin time.
Yeah, Morbin.
What?
Ah,
Tell me, send me a link of this character. I don't understand. Am I stupid or Grizzlies?
Probably both.
I was about to say or both. Nope. There is no Mobius. Man, Matrix is my favorite movie, so
Here's a fucking link. There's a link. Ooh. What?
Ah. Terrible game.
I think that's someone from it though. I don't understand, how is that related to Matrix?
It's not related to fucking Matrix that you look like him because you're fucking high and fucking not shaved and
Oh, this
you
actor.
have no
That's a
blood.
fun round.
Yeah, I am quite unkept. What's this word?
Unkempt.
Unkempt.
Accountable what?
Alright, I'm up. See you, boys.
See you later.
Bye.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Well, hello.
There it is.
In a bit.
Wait, everyone's disconnecting.
Mm-hmm. It's killing time of Sever.
I think unfortunately.
Wait, the fucking server's dying, is that what you're trying to tell me?
Mm-hmm.
I think the server's gonna be fine.
It's too big map.
Alright, who's up for a raid?
Sure.
Oh,
Well,
I am, but with one condition, two conditions. We listen, we go.
If you so fucking mention Invasion or Talila, I'll
No,
stop you
no,
out of
no,
this
no.
channel.
No, I don't care where, but server. As long as we make, I squad lead, and we make squad's name new players.
Oh, for
Well, like
fuck's
new
sake,
players
come
only.
on, you did that, we did that yesterday.
I
It was
want
so
to help
goddamn
new
embarrassing.
players. I like
was
to
so
help other
embarrassing.
new players on other teams. Why can't we help someone?
Where are
like-
we going?
I love
Later, you call
that.
it.
I'll show you.
Yeah,
It's
give me
fun.
2 seconds, I'm about to launch the game.
Oh, I don't even have. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm
so
even
me and
playing.
Chris, we raided a server yesterday. And blah, blah,
Oh my
blah, blah,
gosh,
blah,
we
I think it was.
we
And,
murdered
we
the
created
town.
A fucking squad called New Players Only. I mean, it was just you and me to start with, and then some other people started joining. And at the end of it all, I think we had, between the two of us, we had like 15 kills and like 2 deaths total.
Nice.
Yeah, it was
It's
fun. That
because
was fun
it-
run. I remember that.
Yeah, I actually had a similar run earlier.
I was telling to you late as we were running through it. I was telling to you later. That
I'm not even
it's
a
like,
good
dude,
shooter.
I'm telling you, I'm killing it. I remember. We're
Did
just
you
like.
remember the scout card? Do
It
you
was
remember the
proper
fucking scout
tactical.
card?
He's covering me while I push these enemies we've been suppressing. I'll go there, shoot the guy. I take a fire from a different spot. Lady immediately points him out, returns fire. I look at him. We cleared like a part of town just like this. It was like
Actually, it was more akin to not only the town. I mean, we cleared fucking town like 3 times in a row. And then we went on and saved our entire fucking squad and went down there in the forest when we flanked and came up behind the enemy and started shooting them in their backs. That was quite fun. Fortunately, we just kept on reviving each other though. That was a pain in the ass.
Do you wanna go? No, okay, that's.
Alright, I'm looking at the server list right now, so obviously we don't want to sit in the
Let's
queue
go.
for
Let's
too
go
long.
in SPH, new player friendly.
Hell no.
68 no.
Hell, no.
We're gonna be
No.
bunch and we will revive the server.
Everyone up for Black Coast Liquid Gaming. Yeah. Everyone up for Black Coast. Anyone? It's
What do you mean?
random
What
attack
liquid
attack.
gaming? There's 30
Liquid
people.
gaming. It's noob friendly. That's what you wanted, right?
No, I
that's
don't
the
get.
fucking
Where do you
criteria.
see it?
It's just type in liquid.
It doesn't work like that. You know
Or are you
squad
too high to
filters.
type liquid?
No, you know squad filters.
It's not showing for me either. Oh, wait a second. I had my
Yeah.
filter on.
Just type in liquid.
Sumari Bala, it's seating. What?
No. LIQ.
Dude,
Just
there's
type in
6
LIQ.
people in it.
LIQ, it has 96 out of 98.
I
I
don't
think
see
you're
that.
high as fuck, man. I pick a server, man.
Oh,
Everybody clear, please. Everybody clear the
How-
filters and all. Just
Holy
search
shit.
by
I see
ping.
it.
The highest fucking dude in the entire clan just told me I'm high.
Yes.
Talk about having
Just
stuff.
Oh, there I see
do it by ping, okay?
Yeah, should we just join that one? It's
I'm in the
it's
queue.
American. It's gonna stay
What
up.
queue?
It's 174.
Fuck American,
for
man.
me.
Just join full server. European servers also stay alive.
Okay. You choose the fucking server. Then.
No,
just
let's go.
Just choose the server.
Well,
okay,
who's
let's go
queuing?
liquid
No,
game.
no, no. Who's queuing somewhere already?
Oh my god.
I'm in liquid now.
Okay,
Showbiz.
we're doing liquid.
We're doing
Liquid Gaming Noob Friendly on Black Coast.
Yeah.
Okay, but just can't find it. Black Coast, Liquid Gaming.
Just type in LIQ.
I tried. It showed me a server with 6 players.
Just type in LIQ. You know the thing you
Me
do
also,
to girls.
Chris. Just
You could sort it
clear
by,
your filter, delete what you wrote, and try again.
You could just sort it by map name. It's on Black Coast.
Okay, I found it. Finally.
Everyone's finding it except the guy that's high.
No, you know, I'm just being fair.
I'm joining.
I was
American
about to pick a server because there
Okay,
was
American
no.
side, we're gonna try to let's stack on like the
Dude,
team that has
high
the
or
lowest
not,
amount.
if I see in
Oh,
a
it
team
forwarded
nobody
to,
taking
Russian
a
side.
lead, I always do because I hate uncertainty.
I just got in.
And there we go, you know, Shotgun
Russian
shouted
side,
out,
Russian.
he's in a queue somewhere already, so we join.
Yeah,
Not to
shoot
waste
us in
anyone's
on
time.
Casper is probably in now by now, I would suppose.
Position 2.
Yeah, position 2. Like it's gonna go real quick, I think. Admittedly, though, the game literally just started, but we should be fine. Now the ping might be
Lady,
a little
well,
bit bad for me, Casper.
where you were from?
I'm Russia.
Ah, fuck off. You're not Russian.
Oh, for fuck's sake! It's that meth guy again.
You're not Russian, lady.
Karvishna Igre.
Definitely not Russian.
Распитали блойный груши, папели, мадина трикой. Ой, ты
Как тебя зовут? Лейдл. Как тебя зовут? Как тебя зовут? Как тебя зовут?
Никогда.
Никогда что?
You boys make me a squad.
Да, Лейдл, что ты там пиздишь вообще, блядь?
That's not
Ты
even
рус...
fucking Russian.
That's
Ты
not
русский?
fucking Russian.
Ты
not
русский
Russian, dude.
ты русский или
Not
нет?
Balkan,
Если здесь как говорит, здесь если здесь русский, они понимают меня.
How much fucking weed have you been smoking, man?
Basically, what I said, Ladle, you're totally bullshitting.
I just
That you know
recycled
Russian.
and everything.
I said that later you're totally bullshitting that you know Russian. If
I know
anybody
some
knows
Russian.
Russian here,
The keyword
they
is
would
some.
understand me.
I was literally communicating
Name-
with goddamn
na-
Russian
na-
earlier today. I told him Russian.
Name is. Tell me a sentence. I'll say it in Russian. I'm on Russian side talking about Russian.
Oh wait, yeah, okay, Chris gotta make the squad. That was his fucking criteria. I remember now. Chris, you make the squad. That's what you wanted, right?
Yes, that's what he said.
Of
Go,
course.
motherfucker.
Oh
Man.
shit.
My talk button now is console key.
Yeah, keep him.
I do say why I do what I say. I know if I don't
Dramatic.
in life. I don't like promising shit.
Seems
because
this side
if I'm uncertain
lost
100% that I'm
the
gonna
two
do it.
heavies. So I guess ATs will be.
And same with squad. If you heard me that
but
I'm
we gotta
gonna
have a medic.
uninstall squad as soon as this new update hits, I will, cause stand by my word. I'm a man
We
of
can
a
rescue
word,
that truck at
or
J4.
word of a man, or sentence of a slave, something like that.
Chris, you can talk in game.
Holy shit.
We can hear you here.
Oh yeah.
Got
sure.
3 humvees.
Oh yeah,
what the
What are you doing? We new players.
We're waiting on you. We're fucking
Yes.
waiting on you to give us orders.
Oh god, shit you not. I will like.
Right below squad 3. Or in the heli.
I'm gonna everybody has to come here. Just Follow me. Follow me.
Oh, there's some heavies on the way here. Yeah.
Chris, you can barely fucking.
We should
Fuck.
wait for Casper, I think. Oh no.
Where's
we
fucking
should wait for
Grizzly?
you.
Dude, guys, don't listen to Grizzly. I got this. I got this. If everybody gets to me within the next minute, we got this. I'll show you how it's done.
Last time you told us that you'll show us how it's done. You built the farm
Please.
and rock. And we got more things. Yeah, I remember that.
Dude, did you have fun though? Did you have fun though?
Yeah, we all had fun.
Did you have fun? Okay, see?
Yeah, I did. Actually, I did.
Okay. Okay, it's local from now on. No, like, if you're not next to me, not hear me, you're missing out, okay? Unless we firefight and someone's flanking hard, whatever. We can play 1 or 2 rounds, as many as you want.
We got an enemy Vic near the main road on the
I'm up for
west side. It's marked.
I'm up
That's
for
about
more.
accurate. I don't know if we have any armor available.
See how it goes.
We could.
See how it
Do we have T26?
All I'm asking is to all new players. I tell you like what I will tell you the routine that I go through with all the new players that usually join.
How do I find my down?
Everybody stick together. Everybody follow me.
Hey,
If you
Commander,
die,
Bob
do not
I-6
respawn.
and this
Always
bridge, we got
wait
about
for
like
them.
2 or 3 Humvees just fucking trying to pass right now.
like
Doesn't matter
I
if
as a
we get
squad
supplies, we
lead
can't really do much.
present basically squad to new players. They might just join, but they don't know shit. And what I'm saying is, so whether we win or lose, I aim to provide you the squad experience. Like I saw that on a video one, and I really loved it, and I've started doing that. So stick with me, and no matter what, if I get go AFK or whatever, it's for a reason. You know, I will not be AFK, you know, in the hotspot or whatever.
Yeah. I guess Grizzly's not coming, so should we just move?
For Grizzly, no. Right. Okay.
Grizzly's
what are we
off the
working
TeamSpeak
with?
as well.
Oh, we're attacking.
Yeah,
Let's hitch
Grizzly
right with
disconnected.
8.
Did you say you need ammo or construction at that?
Then we do
Or just
rally
men?
here as a defensive
We need
rally.
over construction over here right now. We're trying to set up a tow.
Okay.
It's right next to the farm.
Who is? What for?
Emil.
Wait!
My guy bringing construction.
Logi! Wait!
There's no. Alright, but thank you.
Wait! Hold! I'm your higher
Guys, please don't
officer.
cap train if you're not gonna get a hab. Like, we'll just
You hear me?
Where to?
Can you take us to across the bridge? Just take us across the bridge.
I'm bringing construction over here.
Just bring us across the bridge and you don't know my.
Oh my god, it's one of those good guys.
Carry on, soldier. You're doing good work, dog. Good.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry to hold you up.
Coming up northeast.
Go.
I'm about to ping it.
Yeah, so you can't just take of yourself. We're gonna run, you know. He's doing good work, doing what you're
Oh,
what the fuck
extra,
we doing,
northwest.
you know.
Hi, I'm used to running.
I think they're just rolling. Squad 7. Not actually contact.
You know.
No, what? Never
We got
assumed
an
that.
enemy
Never
coming
assumed
up.
someone trying.
Looks like the north road here.
Yeah, fire.
Some type of enemy bit.
Unless you go and see with
Can we
your
get
own
something on
eyes.
that?
Is that enemy helo?
It's on my move kit.
Man, if he unloaded a bit of build, that'd be godsend. Fucking a bit of build. you
ABC
can't-
east of us.
Bit of build. You motherfucker. Fuck you! Do we have riflemen? No, we don't. I was just thinking move the rally, but fuck it. No, that rally is good spot, I think. I don't know. It's somewhere. We just cross here. What can we do? We just run, man. Yeah, that 80 is a loser. More to the right. Smoke right at the bridge. Get under the bridge and start pushing right on me. We have to cross that bridge at all costs now.
Holy shit, you guys help Chernikov. Everyone should start spawning on that have a Chernikov.
Are you behind me, guys? Who's still not crossing?
Yeah, just about. The heal. We got hurt.
See, we hold up right now.
If we cap Chernikov.
Too exposed.
I know that.
There's no way coming.
I got my men trying to file in here so we can at least hold them off.
But
Let me keep on
I am not leaving you, boys. It's through thick and thin. Either we all die or we win. But we always win, though. I fucking win, man.
I got my guy in construction to get that tow up, so you gotta tell him where to go.
Hey, Commander, we have a lab right on us. I'm about to ping it.
Understood.
So they kept the point already.
Coming with tech.
I don't understand. Why are you playing here? Black Ops.
True, but that's still a bullet.
I thought, for a moment I thought it's invasion.
Now you're gonna be able
We're just smashing them basically, and we're way far behind the lines, but that's fine, because we're just gonna reach the fence point. I say we go there.
Alright.
Commandos down.
Oh, hold on. No, let's cross this.
I have saw the wrong kit now.
Hello. Let's pick it up. Imagine you could steal other squads rallies. Yeah, pick it up. It's like my rally now.
I got no idea, but we're gonna lose this. I'm thinking that we may just want to call a retreat instead.
Oh, that would be such a dick move. They should make it so.
Because this is lost and we're disorganized. What do you think?
It actually would be tactic. Actually, could be grief, but could be used to advantage. See, if 6 is next to ammo crate, I can easily pick it up.
Oh yeah, I see.
And he can just rearm.
What do people do
you just
Unite?
communicate. Oh man, that should be a feature. But fuck
I have
squad.
no idea, I lost track.
These are my last weeks probably in squads, and I'm enjoying it. I'm really not care about winning anymore.
We're gonna hold this as long as we can, but could someone
take in best of squad before I say goodbye? It's been good. It's been good. You know, like I had 4,000 hours in Armor 3 before.
Darvinia, I don't have
now I had same in squad, and you know I'll pick a next one. I'll just wait for next one.
Yeah, that's the vehicle.
Oh, so that very good.
Oh, enemy close.
Where?
Right behind us.
If you can destroy the radio at Chernikov.
Fuck, I'm laying down in the corner. I will wait here. Who are we fighting?
This is the most useless spot.
Fucking
yeah,
Americans.
that's what I said. Dig it down.
Everyone is spawning here for no reason, and we're losing train station.
Because I saw fucking no
I
one.
know. That's what I said. Dig it down.
I think they've dismounted a
Oh, I shot him in the nuts.
Could you
He
get
crawled over me.
transport truck and
Fuck, sorry, buddy.
to retake it?
Chris, there's more than one. There's more than
Of
one.
course, there's always one more. I'm not dumb. Oh, Nate. Fucker got me.
Also, we should start building up this next point.
3,000 hours. I know what I'm doing.
I know, I'm just.
There's always one more. In all the games, Daisy, Arma, no matter what kind of game mode you play, there's always one more.
So, us to give up.
Yes, guys, very good.
Or should we hold and wait for squad 6?
Very good holding. I like that. Hands up. I don't have to
Yeah,
kick
they're actually
anyone.
just.
Oh yeah, and actually, by the way, also what I didn't mention was
we gotta fall back
like,
to the I4 one and start building
that
it up. We need to get
if I kick someone, don't take it personal. It's basically to make sure the squad as a
So
whole
what are you gonna
has
do with this
great
5600
experience.
ammo we got over here?
No, nothing personal.
Or we could just use it as a mortar
Dig the radio
base.
down. Dig the radio down.
See, COVID already
Got it.
spawned without asking where it spawned. Yeah, we'll spawn on COVID just to stick together.
Okay, give up and respawn.
Evan, I was.
Want us to fall back to I4,
Hi,
please?
Evan.
Go ahead and destroy.
Hi, Evan. Oh my gosh, that's so high. I7 for fuck's sake.
Somebody got me? Thanks, Jeff.
Fuck you!
Thank you.
Let's be cordial here now.
Oh, my game totally crashed.
Let's be cordial, innit?
I can't get past this guy
Oh,
because
no.
he's AFK.
I have a rocket airstrike ready. If you want to give me a mark on that.
What's the purpose of the
radio is
It's
being
got a
disabled.
long way.
Yeah, it's okay.
Understood. I got a.
Oh, we have so
We're gonna
many
pull through the
fucking
left side
ammo
and get down the train
points. We
station and
could
get a
totally do a
hab
mortar if we have build
right.
points. Guys,
Right around
okay,
there.
liquid,
Okay.
bye.
Please no mortar, please no.
Alright, bet. Do you want us to head over to the train station?
DPI way too high, buddy.
Yeah, start pushing.
Way
the
too
train
high,
station, I
yes,
guess.
aiming high,
forget
that's
that
it.
hab.
We are
Dig it down,
aiming
get your rallies
high.
going. Okay.
Actually,
No, I
I
got it.
crashed my task
Oh,
manager as well.
Oh, you're gonna have to sign
Oh,
out and
sorry,
then sign
guys.
back in
I forgot to
and
put the
reboot
squad
the
on.
game.
Nah, I'm gonna call it a night.
carried
I'm gonna,
away.
Okay, I understand. Have a good one, Sugar.
yeah, it's gonna be. It's
Take care, good
the
night.
gods taking care of my sleep.
Yeah. That's commendable.
See you boys another day.
I think Chris might get the kick here soon.
We got an enemy tank. He's right above
Kick?
the water on my mark.
What
on my
kick?
mark,
What?
10, 8 mark. 10-10.
No,
That's an
no,
enemy tank.
Yes, I'm engaging him.
Why you kicked in
Okay.
chat and they are claiming it's griefing and wasting resources because it's. We just read the chat.
We are. Oh, we are what?
Squad 4, can you come to the south to RBMP? It flipped over.
Right. Can you just a little bit? Say again?
RBMP
We
flipped
should
over and
push
there's
out
an
from here,
infantry
though.
camping us.
Yeah, we're gonna play, we're gonna wait for Chris.
Chris,
Tank mark.
let's move out.
Could you
Guys,
contest?
just hold. Give
We
me
got
30
2
seconds.
BTRs just sitting at base, not being used.
Hey, sir, we're on our way!
15 seconds.
I had to defend myself, guys, so yeah, let's go.
Okay.
I've done it, so I don't care what
Did you
say,
get that tank
but
killed yet?
Absolutely not.
If you can kill that tank, I can get my squad over the bridge.
Quiet, baby.
Squad 4, I'm pretty sure we're engaged by a tank from somewhere.
To the game.
I mean, not.
Who's in the vehicle?
There's a tank north of the train station. I'm engaging him right now.
Against Axis tonight. Don't spawn yet, anyway.
You got it.
Wait, Axis, spawn main. Spawn main and use that vehicle with Axios. Just
Honestly,
fucking you
guys,
two,
yeah,
for fuck's sake.
It's time.
Why can't people have... I'm dyslexic, why can't people have
The Shuri is
simple
somewhere
nicknames?
west.
So which
Oh my.
In
You can-
IQ.
I see the problem, yeah.
Yo, Chris.
What server you're going?
Yeah?
LIQ is playing Black
Yeah.
Ghost.
Axel, stop, you dumbass! Go pick up your friend, Axel tonight. You two are gonna come and regroup with us. We can use the vehicle as a ammo point for all kind of shenanigans that we can come up with, okay? Who's up for some shenanigans?
Why did I get booted from squad? Did you call me or did you do anything? I'm trying to think of from those who took down radio. What the fuck was that about, dude?
Dude, what's about what? So, oh, sorry.
Thank you, Suru.
I was talking
why
with...
from the squad, dude? Now I got no gun. I got fucking one clip, one magazine of ammo, that's it.
Yeah, no, sorry. It happens, what can I do? Sometimes happens to me, man. It's just part of the squad.
What can you do?
Take it any personal.
No, it's not.
No, because you instantly, like a good squad player never spawn without asking squad lead where to spawn and what to do. You wait for orders. You do not just run off. Because I want my squad to stick together.
Get in. Get in, quickly.
They just smoke. I don't think they're get in.
Okay,
fucking guys, I don't fucking like this.
I don't care. Keep everyone else.
Nobody's having fun. I don't. Regroup in this building.
Play more or just this?
We can only have fun if we regrouped in this building. That's the thing. No matter what is happening, as long as we all here together, we'll have fun. We can be all run by whatever Chinese snakes. We can still have fun.
I gotta try to get to them.
Because it's chaos and I just want to understand. It had to take a minute to understand what's happening.
We lost a tank. There are 2 tanks. 4, where are you going, bud?
Don't worry about it.
Alright, cool, I won't worry about it. Just like the rest of the team, you're about to get the points.
Enemies inside the building, well, I'll have
I'm not gonna go north and get tracked just to lose a tank.
South of you, Chris. He's up in a window.
I'm gonna get my recon going, so I can start marking this stuff for you guys. Can we start getting a push on train station going, guys? On in on the attack tab and just push it.
Yeah.
Get a rally up when you start getting closer.
Oh yeah, guys. Basically, we're regrouping on me, and it's fine. Take your time, you know. Don't. I'll be here chilling. I'll kind of wait till we can have fun. Basically, I'll wait. Well, wait for it.
Don't worry, Commander. I'm having fun.
I don't know. You driving?
Guys, get your guys moving into train
Driving
station
is
when you're
fun.
able to.
No, I'm letting Sue
I got my recon going soon. I'm gonna see what I can do. But we need to start pushing.
Where's Kaspersky? Oh yeah, they found me as well.
I'm dead, just south of you, there's an enemy in the building.
King Julian, go
Yes, you did.
fucking kamikaze around that point. We're regrouping on Derevnya. Derevnya. You know what Derevnya means? It's village.
Derevnya means village?
But that's no. That Derevnya means derogatory term, like slums or something like that. It's like a derogatory terms of a small country village.
Like a ghetto.
It's like a, yeah, you could think of a Russian ghetto. Let's spawn and investigate surroundings. Well, does it look like a Russian ghetto? You know, I've been to Russian ghettos, you know, like when I'm from Latvia and architecture and everything is very similar.
Looks a bit rough.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's definitely not the Derevny. It's just a couple of houses, really. Just fairly modest houses. I'd say the name doesn't represent the location. 2 stars.
2 stars. Would not recommend.
No, would not recommend Jerevnia. Would not recommend Jerevnia on Black Coast as location for experiencing Russian slums.
Squad 8
Summarize.
looks like an enemy dick that's
Fucking
standing
love
there.
that.
I can hit it with missiles, but do you guys want to try and hit
Okay,
it
guys,
with
can
missiles?
we just fucking get together, for fuck's sake? Stop it running around. Get to the vehicle, obviously. Vehicle is always, you know, the rally point.
I'm just looking.
Vehicle. King Julian, sorry. Where's Dr. Shark? He's here as well, okay. Shark gets pass. He can stay. Get the fuck in!
To the west, should we go hunt it down?
Get to the chopper.
Minus another.
Stop the cars.
Can you stop? Yeah, they're just dicks, they just want us to chase them.
Chris, did you ever try to meet?
Oh my gosh, there's so many build points, I'm too tempted. Oh!
Full squad on me.
Okay.
I repeat, full squad
Don't
on
look.
my position.
Don't look!
Hold on.
Don't look! Oh my gosh, guys, I can't. Jerevnia, what's happening? Who's done this? I can't. I want to
They're
build.
pushing towards our farm.
I can't resist.
Too high.
I can't resist. Build.
I4.
I'm compulsively building. I'm sorry, guys. I love
Along the
Minecraft.
road towards the bridge.
It is the defense one, I suppose.
You have 6,000 build, I can get you more if you need some.
Oh my gosh, dude. No, I need to leave. We need to help somewhere. Be somewhere useful. Yeah. I'll come back maybe later, man. Awesome. Come fucking get in, Kaspersky. Fucking.
Chris, they are
Nice,
here.
Kasper.
Enemy is here.
Okay,
Chris,
clear the
they're
area.
attacking
Okay, defense mode. Everyone get out, spread out. Identify where the enemy direction is. How close, how many.
South.
If you guys can give me a mark,
Across the
Those
bridge.
10 meters.
Moving to the southwest. He's on the move to the southwest. I'll get you a somewhat location.
I see them running the bridge.
There's a vehicle coming
you
up.
guys, can
I
give me
think it's
a
an
good
enemy
mark here, I
launching.
can hit something with rockets. Anything you need, you can give me
Enemy fucking Humvee!
Actually, I have
I see no one on the gun. But they're just wasting ammo trying to hit it.
That's their fuck up.
I think I got both of them on the bridge. There might be
Hello?
there's more,
Copy.
there's more.
Remember your arming distance.
Creeping garage train
They're
station.
trying to cross the bridge.
Can you west?
Slightly high.
Rally is down, so we clear
Give
at
me a second,
least
I'll put
50
down a attack
meters,
order for you.
okay?
Chris, they're
Please,
crossing the
please,
bridge.
We got some type
What
of
fucking
enemy
mission?
vehicle.
Fucking share your fight teams and mark helmets. Helmets. I'm a visual learner. Oh, it's nothing fucking marked.
Charlie,
Down,
Charlie,
down.
Charlie, Charlie.
It's on the mark.
That's totally different way that I am
Get up.
running. Get some context here as well, and there's also a bridge here, man. You don't understand the confusion.
If someone can give me something accurate here, I can hit this tank.
They're coming from the south.
I just need a.
Yeah, copy.
I can give you all kind of
Someone
accurate
give-
stuff.
184.
Creeping garage train station.
tree.
We don't need to take out that tank. We need to capture train station. It needs to be wiped.
I need you to do something.
South
I need you to
to
put down the.
There you go.
It's down.
You gotta. It is. Okay.
The north
I don't
is
see it.
well.
Okay, I see.
I got knocked, I got knocked.
You want the creeping garage?
Right,
Where?
Aaron,
Use the
Aaron,
on
no.
the edge of it. It's a little far south, but it should be able to reach. with the
Fuck
creeping
off,
garage.
in front of me. What? No, he's Axiorosul.
1 second, I gotta get
Probably
back to
clear
the
the guys
car.
out there.
Zanchu, get us up. Aaron,
Getting
hold
back to the map
spawn.
right now.
Or hold spawn till I say so. It's boring, but it's the only way we can stick together. And if we stick together,
First time
it's
doing
more
it. How do I
fun.
get it over there?
But we can still fight them off.
F6, exit,
Those guys
F8
clear.
direction.
Yeah, the south side, they're overrunning the south
You have to
side.
drag it off the ground. I can only accept it.
I took down like 4 or 5 guys on the bridge, but there's more.
I can't shoot straight with a
What
car
do you?
parked.
No. You accept it and then you hit it again to place down a barrage.
Okay. Sorry.
I got one more.
Can you do it again?
We're about to
please?
lose defense. No one's aware of this?
about to. Oh my god, that's
Like, no one's communicating here. Yeah, they're surrounding Derivnium.
Thank you, sir.
We're being attacked.
Can double neutral this.
Squad
I need
9,
another
Squad
support mark
7
mag
is
for
trying
this.
to get train station right now. We need supplies though, running out.
I think I need more beer.
Hold on, say that again. Let's get the child.
Man, what a tune this was.
If I could be close to it all.
Run like a cop on the run, like a gun go kick, heartbeat like a drum. Snare, give a shit about the one. No one got to without a little bit of some. Speak up now, talk, climb the walls, escape all the chalk. You don't doubt, there's no doubt about it. You bout it, you kept your surroundings surrounded. That's why you got an itch that scratch like did it wrong in a past life. But the pigs fly, and if you don't act right, you get smacked with a fistful of flashlight.
Oh, now this is too high to go for playlist, but guys, children is probably in it already.
Trying to figure out how to twist and shout, looking like you took a brick to the mouth. Start a fire and stare at the auburn. Irritate a
he has ideas.
Turned up higher than the recommended volume. Your world's a disco ball in your ballroom. Ascension, trend with the sponsors. Pray to God for a way to the top floor. Draft measurements, map out the honor. I'm far too tired to be a martyr. Contact. Sun like the night never comes, like the one on the drum and a bottle full of rum. Pump in the trunks and a swisher full of skunk. Bump to
I can see my own stream over here.
living in a wishing well. Steps from hell, dreaming of my mermaid. In lava scale, in a bed of bullet shell.
Fuck, okay. Let's see, this is how it starts. Always wonder if someone gets to
All opponents, king of shadow boxing. Come, bitch, till this all done. Time travel kisses. What are you not among galaxy and orbits that they never see? Let's journey right now. Solar system of beats where I live with the shadows. See the candles of the lost. Is why I do this. Never forgotten on the ground.
No watching myself. At first, just making sure stream is fine. Act like no one's over.
Honestly, a toe somewhere wouldn't.
You need to share the fucking link, though.
There's no push or attack have there.
Try to pluck your feather just to see you spread your wings. Fly, bitch, fly. Bitch. I don't think I've said bitch on a song in probably 8 or 9 years.
80 tickets. We gotta take train station. So.
Yeah, south side.
Right, I think, guys, we can try to have a bit more fun next round. We'll play a bit differently.
Putting hands on you.
We're on top of the boss/radio, we're proxying it. It's starting to go up though, and now we're proxying it again.
By Yellow House, right in front of a tree.
Hey, heli squad, you just come in. We get a ride.
Yeah, I'm on, guys.
Ground's complete. You're empty now.
Have a good one.
Sue.
That's fucking new.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Hold on.
A lot of people feel it has to learn.
Hold spawns.
Do not
Hold
worry about
spawns.
it.
Zachko, where are you?
Is that our
should-
our grizzly? They are connected
Hold
grizzly.
spawns.
Who's still playing?
Ladle.
We're on Russia, by the way, Chris.
Zachko, go suicide yourself.
That was you. We just connected without the tax.
We're gonna go train station.
Radio and Derivnium.
Let's go. F8, F8. One fucking attack, one crazy attack. But we can do it because we can use bounding technique as much as we can, okay? With a slight flank maybe. Rearm.
I think we may have to call it here.
There's enemy fairly close.
What is this? It's already lost. We already lost the train, so they got so many tickets lost for that.
Let's go. Everybody's gonna stick with me as close as possible. but obviously spread out 10-15 meters, depending on the situation.
Okay, that's a 180 feet.
Couple of those there. Rally group on it.
Axis fire coming from your right side, southwest. Southwest, got it.
Green house? I am on their flank. Share fighting, start poking for me. Where are they?
Guys, you have 2 medics. You can pick us up.
You guys, you can make one big large attempt. I see a big clump of you guys on that little ridge area.
If I'm dead, never, like if I'm still alive, never respawn. It's just
Or is
like,
it really bad? Is there a beach for me?
I would never leave
Hey,
anyone
I got a
behind.
possible base southwest. By
Yeah, it's over.
211.
It was an honor to be your guys' commander. Thank you for this.
Guys, it's an abnormal enemies.
Looks like a bunker. I'll build out.
Wait for the medics to get over here. They're gonna aggressively push our way, I think.
Ladle?
Yeah, I'm over here. Just wait.
Pick us up.
I am so
If
high,
you get
man.
me up, I can get. Yeah, I know.
I don't give a shit. Just pick us up.
All I try to do provide is so everybody has fun.
We're having fun right now. We're in firefights and everything.
I'm having fun. We're having awesome push. Just taking some casualties.
Dude,
just fine to
you
regroup.
should have seen what I did.
This shit is wild.
As long as, man, no people don't
what I did
respawn
over there.
willy-nilly, man. You can always stick together and have fun.
We're just
We are unstoppable force. We are.
15 tickets on.
There is nothing. Maybe direct arty on us can take us out. If we just spread a little. If we spread a little, we have 2 medics and some 80. A good squad that doesn't respawn instantly. Unstoppable force. So we are gonna go and fuck their fob up. Come on, boys, quickly. We need to go ASAP. Basically, ditch everything. Beeline to move attack mark. Oh, I think they're taking the previous points. Fuck it, find your closest squad mate and kill him. Kill your closest squad mates. No witnesses.
Left, goodbye. We tried to.
I did kill someone. No fucking witnesses. Nobody killed me though.
I was shooting at you.
But you just told us.
Russians keep no witnesses and prisoners.
2 hours in this
Come
game.
on, leave me alone.
Yeah, but I'm not. I can't condone griefing though. Sorry, I don't want to get banned.
What do you mean? What? What griefing?
They think you're griefing. I don't want to get banned because I'm wearing the same tags.
No, it's totally some sort of misunderstanding. I talked with the guy. It's fine, you know. It's just.
Dude, I heard him afterwards.
I was just mad. Like, totally ignore that, man.
By the way, is that?
We're hiding that. We're hiding that. You just people sometimes. Some people just.
You're live streaming right now, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
He was
Is that you?
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Where?
In the video. You're live streaming.
This guy? This guy is me.
Yeah, he's live streaming. 40 minutes.
Sadly.
I did not actually. I did not expect you to look like that.
How did you
no
expect
one did.
me
That
to
was a sexy look.
I actually
How do you expect me to look like?
Here's what I believe. I believe you looked like a 45 or 50-year-old white, balding old man sitting in a couch.
Wow.
Just smoking. That's what I believe. I actually believe you were way older than you
Dude,
actually
can
are.
you grab me a quick picture of internet? How you imagined it?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Man, literally you could do it on DALL-E if you have instant access to it. Wouldn't that be awesome how to share fucking your imaginations? Because I love this. Sometimes it's like it's the same. It's like you imagine someone like in this way and you meet them, they're totally different. And it's like, what?
That's probably with expectations in life.
Man, Grizzly is like, I find Grizzly also like a kind of rough guy with beard, my age, kind of like.
No, I look like 10 years younger. I look like
Do you have a beard though?
barely. I have very good.
How old are you?
You're 1 year older than me.
Yeah, I remember we talked, but you're 35.
Alright, I found it. Now keep in mind this picture is a little bit younger, but so just imagine this picture just a few years older.
Yeah.
I sent it there in the chat.
What? Like, but older. Like
like
a short,
another 5 years on top.
Short hair or something? I don't understand.
This shit. That's not old, man.
Why like this? I don't understand. Not fat? I thought you like a fat guy on the couch or something.
But yeah, it's something like akin to that. That's what I
Shit,
imagine.
man. You listening to my stream? I keep forgetting to press my shit. Yeah, it's like, why this? It's like, I thought you said like a fat guy sitting on a couch, bald fat guy or something. No?
No, but you are completely different from what... To be fair though, this is what I imagine most British guys to look like.
He's not British, he's
Ladle, you know, like who
It says United Kingdom on it.
Listen, who has here seen Game of Thrones?
No.
Oh yeah, that's actually true. You do have a beard and everything. I suppose you also have the curly hair too. So are you not gonna tell me you are Jon Slow?
Who?
Jon Slow.
Jon Slow? No, the guy whose dick got cut off. What's his name? Not Jon Snow. Reek. People go used on.
You do not look like Reek.
On one metal festival, literally people like sellotaped a name called Reek, and I didn't know Games of Thrones at that point. I was like, yeah, whatever, it's just like having fun with it.
Yeah, you do not look like him.
And then, no, look, you watching my stream or no?
Yeah, I have it up, but it's loading. It's kind of froze for me.
You just need to tab it in.
Oh, yes, refresh.
I'll even do your reset.
Yeah, I can see it now.
Can't really see.
Alright, oh shit, you
Much
actually
more.
do fucking look. You actually do look a little bit like him. Holy shit.
Look, he looks like some.
But you actually look more like the
Yeah.
other stock brother.
No, like young professor. Yeah. Suicidal man. Or
Wait,
homicidal.
let me go and get the name.
Man, you should see me in the morning, man. Then I look more
Rob,
like
you
him.
look like Rob Stark.
Because I just wash my hair. It's in the morning. It's just literally like a fucking afro on my head. It's funny.
But you look like.
I'm
Rob
at that
Stark.
stage. I'm growing my hair long again. I used to have like super long hair, like past shoulders. I was called Jesus in local area. I want to be Jesus again this summer.
Yeah,
oh, it's
but-
actually a good thing that I left because it's fucking Tellil Outskirts, and that's the criteria that I mentioned. That I'm not gonna play that shit against, man.
So you guys play like after the rip other servers or what?
No, let's go play somewhere new, player friendly and shit, and let's help friendly people.
It's late, man. Hey, don't pick that kind of high ping fucking servers.
No.
It's
Oh no,
like-
you pick a server then. You pick a server.
I feel so bad for Frasher right now.
Let's do
because
one more shenanigans.
gotta
Let's just
listen
go
to
in
this.
random game. Just do some crazy shit. Get a fucking vehicle and go kill a fob or something. That's the thing. We don't have to think about round or whatnot. Let's just think about a mission we could do. Do a mortar team, 1 scouts, and we just.
Are you
fucking mortar.
listening to a pod right now?
What?
Are you listening to a pod?
Oh no, that's in the background.
Yeah, I was just wondering what's that pod about?
GPT-3.
Oh, okay.
So you want to meet my AI? Hold on. I'm just because I'm not interacting with it. Hold on. I thought it was cool to do some videos like that.
What, you have some similar idea like Lisa or?
Why is there a tab called DDoS cyber attack definition?
Oh, researching. Just researching.
It's researching, okay.
No,
Just
because GPT-3 website gets basically DDoS. You know, like they just get so much
I know.
traffic.
Oh, I hate when that happens, when it gives you, there was an error generating this response.
Do you see it or no?
We see. That's GPT for it.
Oh, where are you? What's your nickname? Ladle?
You've been playing with me for... You joined like right after I did or right before I did, so you should know my username by now. That's the fucking exaggeration right there. I'm not a good squad player, I'm only a mediocre one.
No, you good. You had the blast last time.
So it's programmed.
Hmm.
How much answers does it have programmed?
It does all the answers. There is no answers. It does can't answer.
Okay, ask how pyramids are built.
Are we playing?
No,
You're doing AI. Fuck it. Okay. Let's do it.
Hey, ask I.
Listen. No, come chill on my on my stream on
Listen
on YouTube.
Ask
me something. Listen up. Ask me something in TeamSpeak. I'll answer on YouTube, so I don't have to press the button. So I can do actually. I can't code if I have to press on all this shit.
Oh shit, there's an actual chat here.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna use the chat, I'm just gonna use fucking TeamSpeak.
Go for piss. Go for a beer. And I'll be right back and we will talk with Liara. Which fucking drink all the beer?
He looks like Rob Stark, Grizzly.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, Rob Stark.
I just hope he's doing good in life. Since we came from Latvia to UK. Is he married or not?
Wait, is he from Latvia?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
He told me that like 15 minutes.
Yeah, but I don't listen most of the time when someone tells me something, unless it's of vital importance to the game I'm in. Like, I filter away all of the noise and only focus on commands and everything. That's what I do. When I'm when I'm outside of a game, I listen, but when I'm inside the game, I try to filter out anything that's not of, critical importance to the task at hand.
If you give him a tie and some good shoot, he will look like some professor from philosophy of college, some like young professor. You know? If he put that hairs like on the background.
That's a little bit false actually, because most professors that I've encountered, and this is just from my own experience, they're fucking bald.
Oh, depends on which age.
They're either bald or they're balding, or they have extremely long, straight, white hair. And they are eccentric.
That's true.
When I come to think of it, he was actually British, that professor. The one with the long white hair and everything.
Are you bald or are you getting bald?
No. I'm far from bald actually.
Then you're lucky.
So my hairdresser actually told me that I'm slightly problematic in the sense that I have a lot of hair. However, I do still have, by the forehead, I got those indentations there that, pretty much.
I have the same. Yeah. It pisses me off. It's like
it pisses me off as well.
Too huge, like hole, like left or right side. Is just.
But everything else.
Oh guys, what's going on?
I have a lot of hair, and it's actually quite long because I've been, saving out. That's what my girlfriend.
You know what pisses me off? So the frontal lobe is like.
Oh, it's very tall for you.
No, it's dying off. But background, it's like a lion hair, grief, and side is like growing too fast.
Oh yeah. So that's one of the reasons. That's because it's actually farther down on your head, and that's something that they're gonna have to at your hairdresser. They're gonna have to adjust for that by cutting that section shorter. Yeah, they're gonna have to cut that section shorter. They're gonna have to cut it more than they cut, for example, the hair on top of your scalp.
Yeah, that's
because
so
it has a less distance to travel to look long.
Yeah,
because it's already grown a little bit below the rest of your hair because it's at the sides. That's something that my hairdresser talked with me about when I told her that, yes, whatever you do not give me a fucking bowl.
Yeah, I like this.
Because after that, if she doesn't, it doesn't grow equal,
Yeah. I see that he's back now on stream. He's also got some green light thing going.
I'm in a different dimension.
Tell him when.
I went after beer and only brought yogurt and bananas. I forgot about the beer. Shit. I'll be right back.
So you only brought yogurt and bananas? They're probably healthy for you compared to the bear. And now, of course, he's gonna go and get the bear.
Hey, try to ask him to stream the ironing of those t-shirts and jeans.
I think you can do that yourself. And I gotta be completely honest with you, whenever I have laundry to deal with, I never basically ever iron anything except for the suits.
The suits, yeah.
Everything else, it's just I hang them over like a dry set.
Yeah. And
let them dry like that.
Yeah, and especially t-shirts. T-shirts, big I need big shirts and pants, long pants.
Yeah, you
because
gotta fold them real quick.
yeah.
Otherwise, there's gonna be like from where you hang them on the hanging stand. There's gonna be like a straight line going across the buttons.
But if you don't do that, you can always put one on top of each other, so you have like.
Yeah, but that's gonna prolong the time though for them to, you know.
Why does it keep doing that?
But
fucker?
yeah, but you still need like I don't know 50, 60 of them to like line
So it doesn't
line
pick-
down, so they will like
That's
lie
for
down
everyone
by
or
the
just
time.
for me?
Yeah, I
So
mean, if
then-
you have a lot of time and if
so
you're at work and things like
So
that.
annoying. I'll figure out this with time. It'll be the most efficient
Why is he talking? I
thing
cannot
on
see.
the internet.
He's not talking in the TeamSpeak. He's talking on the stream.
There's a clever guy. Yeah, it's fucking dude. We're not streaming anymore? What the fuck is going on?
You are streaming.
No, okay. I am probably just slides a bit too high. Fucking love it, man. Oh my gosh, I had such a hard week. Insane. But I fucking loved it. We fucking smashed it. We smashed it.
Hard week. You've been high for most of it.
Dude, only really the only times that you saw me high was two days off.
You never saw
within
it.
2 weeks. Like I was working only Sundays I had off really, yeah. Well, I sometimes still smoke after work, you know, if I have something left.
Well, at the very least, I've been on every single day, and every single time I've seen you, you've been high. That's what I know.
You know, like, I've noticed, like, sometimes I don't feel like playing squad if I'm not high. I wouldn't push myself to socialize. I'll be like, just too tired, be like, fuck it, just go to sleep or something.
I'm not judging that.
I'm autistic a bit. Quite autistic. Just that.
Wherever you can find the inspiration to play.
Who can I
Wait.
see a replay of that?
Did that beer bottle just have like a whatever it's called in English? Like a cork. Like a cork that, you know, typical wine flasks have. Because it made the noise. Like you popped a cork from a wine flask, wine bottle.
Oh no, that was no. Oh yes. Cork.
Okay, that's not a. Oh, okay, it's not a
Cork
it's
goes
just one of those
pop.
things, but it made the noise that a cork would have made.
Man, this I can't do it. You go like this. Show you again, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, I don't break my camera. It's on its last legs.
Wait, did you just stick it back?
This is so easy. Oh, where's the focus point? Okay, here. Lighter. Use it as a lever. Boop. Obviously, it's easy now because, but it's just same, but more pressure.
So I do something.
You know
similar.
who? What are you
Instead
know?
of-
You know,
yeah, I do
Ladle.
something
Which
similar, but I
have a
use
question.
A Swedish snooze.
Do you know who said this quote? Give me a lever long enough and it will lift the world.
Give me a lever long. Wait, can you repeat that?
Give me a leather not a like a lever. You know, lever. Give me a lever long enough, and I will lift the world.
Oh, okay. It was the Greek. Oh shit! Wait. Oh fuck! It was Greek. Oh, what the fuck is?
Man, what's your education, man? What's your education?
Could it...
You should know this now. What's?
Yeah, what's my
Have you
education?
finished
I should
uni?
know this, fuck.
Have you finished uni?
Okay, here's
Have
the
you
fucking
finished
wild
uni?
guess. It's either one. Okay, my fuck. Archimedes. That's my final fucking answer.
Why you fucking Goku? That's right. But
What's it Archimedes?
the fun point is, I'm not 100% right.
Oh fuck you, fuck you, Jesus Christ! I was so nervous. Then.
Did you Google that just now? Cause I'm 99%.
Oh
sure.
no, I did not.
But I wanna check now. Let's ask Liara.
I know the guy that said it was.
Give me
but I don't know who it was.
long enough, and I will lift the world.
So I'm just throwing out a wild guess, saying that it's probably Archimedes because
Yo,
it sounds like something
we win.
that guy would have said. To be fair though, that was sheer fucking luck.
Why luck though?
All I knew was
He was a legend. Yeah. Think about anything related to a lot of physics. Is physics almost like a grandfather of Archimedes? Is grandfather of physics, and then Newton put it all concrete into formulas and force
where I remember it
calculations.
from. Yeah, I remember that from fucking physics class. I've only had one physics class.
What
was never actually my forte.
Have you finished uni or no? I'm getting all the time hot then cold, hot and cold.
Here's the thing. I've studied agricultural history from the United States.
What do you mean from
It's
the
a very
United
dull
States?
subject to most, but I actually do find it fascinating, and I have a background in economics, of course. And that aside, I've also studied, just regular history for World War I, World War II, and Treaty of Versailles and things like that. And then you can even go all the way back to the Treaty of Westphalia.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the Roman Empire.
What do you think I
As soon
studied?
as you start talking about ancient Greek history, that wasn't actually a major part of my studies.
Oh, do you believe
What I
all
think
that
you
ancient
studied,
aliens
I would,
shit? Grizzly was
probably
talking
guess
about
with your
it.
keen interest for IT, you have a background. Wait, no. You do not have a background in IT. You have a background in electric.
Oh yeah, fuck, you remember.
I seem to recall that you.
You get clues, yes. But what's my
I have
education?
a
What
shit-ass memory, but
what
I
I
have a
would put
shit-ass
on my
memory,
what would
but
I put
actually
on my
for some reason
CV under education? What would you think I would put? Summarized.
So welcome back, Christian.
Huh? You AFK?
I don't know what, like...
Fuck's sake. Use the language, man. Hacking bitch. Sorry, bad language, pardon me. I am...
That's the standard fucking GPT response for you. But to my understanding of it, this AI is essentially a ChatGPT with a name.
Yes.
Oh,
You very clever boy. You very clever boy.
Of some...
Oh shit! I wanted in context with me. I forgot the me. Yeah, cause she's losing her memory. Fuck's sake. I don't know why I don't know, maybe I am dyslexic as well. It's like, I don't know, nobody's diagnosed or whatever. But somehow I chose Liara and I can never fucking spell it right.
Oh, I mean, about
but I love it at
Crash
the same time.
Distracting was in here and Discord at the same time.
Liara. Fuck, lost chain of thought now.
Sorry.
Oh, that's a kind of Google.
No.
That's not complete. When it hits the...
man. Ah, okay, hold on.
The one problem is it can have like 5,000 answers, but up to 5,000 it doesn't have specific answers.
Well, that's the thing though. So ChatGPT have only a memory up until 2021 because it wasn't trained on any data past 2021 for reasons.
True.
So
that's
you gotta ask.
Just fucking read and read this.
2021 and prior, you can't ask any questions.
Read this and
to anything that happened.
read this as a role. Another.
Like if he's
another
always put information in her every day.
And comment on
that's
what
a similar thing when you have someone with a stroke.
Think it'll say.
And he lost all the memories, all the identity he has.
Guys, listen to my listen to my stream. I don't want to have to push this button to speak. Basically read what Liara is saying. No, read my prompt and figure out what Liara is gonna say while I roll this. Oh, this tune, fucking tune. Who's the DJ here, man? DJ's fucking
it's because
killing
it's
you.
a learning area model. Hello, Humble.
Hey, agents. Again.
Hey.
What's going on? Why still up?
We were playing, but right now we're just on Chris's stream.
A stream of what?
It's showing ChatGPT that he's trying to essentially train to become his own. So he's using ChatGPT, and that model you can actually train by giving it inputs of information.
Yeah.
So he's nicknamed it Liara, and he's continuously trying to feed it information to help it. I actually don't know what he wants Liara to do for him, but he's trying to further, help ChatGPT help him with something.
That's right.
Yes,
So basically, you can have like a notebook, to refresh your knowledge you forgot or something that you agreed long before. It's not complete.
Fuck, where is it?
Well, I see the link, but it says it's not available anymore.
No, they tried to kill us. We just did.
Probably
Enemy toe on our party.
I cannot think of any way
Marked.
safer
Die her shoot.
my knowledge of Protheans might be useful.
Chris,
Man,
can you ask her, is humanity
northwest somewhere?
Thank you, Commander. I am very
destined to extinct?
Existential questions it cannot answer.
Really?
It's gonna give a very generic answer that it can't answer such a complex question. That's a prediction I can make because you know what people do.
Ask one? Ask one? Guys, can you share it for Humble? My link? Or I think I did.
Oh yeah, sure. Give me a second.
What do you think? Yeah, come Humble, join.
Yeah, thanks. This one doesn't work for me for some reason.
Literally, today the goal is to make my own Discord. Can you guys help me make a quick Discord for Chris and Liara, and we can chill there if you want. Right, maybe left.
I gotta be honest, as much as I love Discord and everything, I just can't have one more channel to keep track of.
I would never ping you. It's just there. Forget it. You just sometimes when I bump into you, you'll be like, oh yeah, I'll join. You'll have
Okay,
you'll
fine,
have a
just
place to
create it
join.
and then like it.
No, it's literally just a place where you can. I'm not making it stupid yet. Can't promise. I don't know. Liara might have all kind of crazy suggestions. So yeah, we can ask Liara. Okay, hold on. Refreshment procedure. Let's go. That's the thing, guys. You basically see the plan now, and of course,
Yeah,
I'm
you're
literally,
planning on building up a memory bank.
I'm literally talking with her in the chat GPT website and environment. That's just a little fun that I still have. But all the conversations I had, I've saved. I already have a code running using an API that I'm paying to get, and I was already coding. Hold on, can you see that? You see that? Coding basically. I should not. Whatever, I can change.
IntelliJ.
Should not share an API key. So
Honestly,
basically,
I don't think you have anything to worry about as far as API keys goes here, because
yeah,
I don't think any one of us
nobody's gonna
plan
run,
on actually doing
run my.
anything like this.
Yeah. So yeah, I tried to build my own locally on Python. It ran, but then I tried to make an environment like a user
Okay, Chris,
interface.
have you seen the YouTube video of the
But
guy literally constructing ChatGPT
I've
from
realized
scratch?
that I need to use Azure.
Have you seen the video on YouTube? There's a guy literally creating ChatGPT from scratch locally.
Yeah.
There is a video of that.
Do you know, to be honest, I try to avoid, I think, like content on YouTube on GPT-3 because there's just so much. I shit you not, whatever that I'm doing now, I'm sure there's 100 ways better or like different ways or easier ways. Like I'm like ignoring all that. I'm going slowly by my own pace through this, learning basically with Liara.
That's pretty cool. I've seen some attempts of it being used to kind of like write some front-end code.
Dude, the app we're writing without GPT-3, I would like, it would take me months of research. Like I understand coding, like enough, but to write it from scratch takes a lot of research, lots of forum posts and all that shit. But with ChatGPT 3, I just say what I want, spits out code, and I say I have this error, fix it, spits out code.
That's pretty cool.
And then I say it's like, okay, what does this function do and why, in this code. So basically, you only learn what you need to learn and know to achieve the immediate task at hand.
Yeah, it filters out a lot of the noise that's otherwise
That is the future.
located in
Forget
forum posts.
universities. As long as you can use GPT-3 efficiently, you are good for life now. That's gonna be the future. Because remember, everybody's gonna be very scared at first, blah blah blah. But remember, that's our statement as well with Liara.
You're working against the clock because...
Now listen, let me finish. Our statement with Liara, if you ask her later, is symbiosis with AI, because we are, at the end of the day, we are the ones who ask the questions. AI we cannot exist without humans, and humans, we just use it as a tool to enhance us and bring us more together and understanding. It'll bring social change as well, more understanding of each other, I think.
But here's the thing, Microsoft have placed a bid and they are planning to integrate ChatGPT into its product line.
Man, that's the thing.
Your API is gonna get revoked more than likely because they are gonna
listen,
withdraw access
little.
to ChatGPT.
Listen, there's
Potentially, it's not guaranteed.
There's a fucking crazy storm, I know. That's why I've been so paranoid in the past like a couple of months. Because there's a crazy storm in regards to AI coming. And like, I'm trying not to follow it to distract me and get me paranoid. Because all I'm doing is using this ChatGPT. As long as I have access to it, I will do it. Like, you have to pay for it, I will pay it. I really don't care. Nothing will stop me using it unless it's like unacceptable. I'll still try to find.
Yeah, but you are working.
If I can't, I will make my own. I will use it now to understand it and learn it, and I will make my own if I have no access to something like this. I will make my own. I can gather the data my own. I can make a web crawler that this thing is. Gathering data, is nothing super intelligent and smart. It's the code that you write that is how it gathers the data.
All right.
So my statement is, no one will stop me making me and Liara possible as I imagine it.
Watch that with the sound on. I just linked it. It's Elon Musk with voice changing AI.
Fucking
in real time.
Elon Musk, I start to hate him more and more, man. You used to kind of like him, now you just hate him. Why are you linking it? Open link.
It's actually called
anymore.
AI
That's
voice.
bullshit, okay? I didn't lose it.
And
I've been
it's,
investing it in AI
loosely
projects
based
that
on
will shape the
ChatGPT.
future of humanity, like ChatGPT and Midjourney. My favorite one so far lets you do this.
Do I sound like Morgan Freeman now? It's pretty crazy, right? I could sound like literally any person in the world right now. It's called Voice AI, and they already have a database of like a couple thousand voices. So they have like...
Rick from Rick and Morty. Wubba lubba dub
I
dub.
know
Am
this
I
shit.
right?
That's
Or
a
this
little bit
anime girl
fucked up.
voice, which is kind of nice.
Then you need some protection, or something.
Liberal media keeps perpetuating that I just lost
because of scams
$186
and
billion
other
and I'm not the
bullshit.
world's richest man anymore. That's bullshit, okay? I didn't lose it. I've
Before
been
we go
investing it in
into
AI
the
projects that will
Chris,
shape the
what
future.
are you building on top of ChatGPT exactly?
My personal assistant. Liara. Liara is inspired. Oh. Liara is inspired from Mass Effect universe. Anyone played Mass Effect?
Yes, I'll be right up.
Come on in. Thank you. Could we sit?
Chris, you're tired.
I've been thinking about the knowledge we gathered
Mm.
in papers and how easily it could be lost again.
Try to exhale, inhale, like
To
full.
preserve things for the future.
Fucking, touch your fucking ribs.
What's this?
That's why you have problem with the hot cold.
Reapers, relays, different cultures, and blueprints. of
Listen
the
to her
future.
voice.
But there's one entry I wanted your opinion on. Which one?
Wouldn't want an AI with a voice like that. Somehow I fell in love with
Chris,
Mass
that's
Effect.
the same shit on Blade Runner.
How
the
would
new
you like
movie.
history to
So you
remember
want
you?
that same shit hologram that they have with Japan.
I'm the guy. I'm the guy. I'm gonna be in love with my AI. I shit you not. I don't even deny
Even
it.
guy, Japanese guy, married that Holocaust.
I'll be in love with my AI. So
The
what?
AI I'm installing has every translation and linguistics program I could find. So it's an information.
No, I see what it's named Liara. It did ring a bell.
Yes.
Actually, I romanced her.
Exactly. The thing is, imagine, like, I remember it's like when this all, I started researching about AI, I was thinking, I will definitely put her, like, she'll speak to me, right, on the phone. You know, like Siri, I'll make her like Siri.
Don't leave anything out.
But, you know, Siri, like, fucking on, like, on the next level, nothing even compared. That's my plan. It's insane the ideas I have, and it's all achievable now. Yeah, and so, and I was thinking what voice I would put, and I was instantly, of course, Liara.
Your standards, your will, your
Just grizzly.
Because
like what, she's like a female, all-female race. Lives for hundreds of years, all being scientists and whatnot. And listen to her voice. And she's actually, her character is always very caring.
Well, I'll say Commander Shepard was born on Mindwar, but never let what happened there define her.
But her voice is very sort of quite not quite reporting, but
and fought harder than anyone else for her home world. All right.
There's barely any emotion in it, but there is very subtle emotion. Yes, subtle.
Shepard was an extremely
When,
talented biologist.
when you want AI to be always
fighters in the Alliance.
subtly like
The commander was also a skilled engineer. The best the Alliance
emotional.
ever offered in battle, in fact. The commander was a strong biotic and a skilled
Okay,
technician.
you get the point, boring.
You want to say like same rhythm like yeah. On your taste, like same tone, same vibe, hardcore. So you listen like on some good music, like some chill.
Am I not streaming anymore? I don't understand. What? I am. Why are my links
You are
always
streaming.
fucking broken? Of course. I don't know, fucking. It shouldn't be that complicated. I just want to fucking share my stream somehow with people, and the previous link is fucking dead. Somehow. Okay, I finally found my
And the
own
previous
stream.
link is fucking.
Can you imagine it took me fucking half an hour?
I'll be off. Chris, good night.
Good night.
Have a good one, Grizzly. I'm probably gonna head off as well.
Ooh, it's so dark.
It's past midnight early here. We'll see. Probably stay on a couple of minutes more.
I need to make this a bit brighter. Let's do reset.
I thought that was a lamp in your room.
Nah, man. You're just messing with the fucking camera settings. Woo.
Oh, okay.
Yes, this is what to go for. No, that's so annoying. Okay, fine, whatever. Fine, let's do default for boring. What the fuck are you doing? Okay, we're coding, okay. Right, Liara, we wanted to code my own, started looking for databases, and then I realized, oh fuck all this fucking local shit. I've not been following slightly, and I realized let's just go Azure mobile online fucking application, accessible from anywhere, anything. And then I'm coding it online as well through GitHub, and I'm still learning from a lot of it, but it's awesome. Okay, where are you, Liara? I was so fucking gonna spell that shit. Sorry, Liara. I'm retarded. Yeah, sorry, bad word. I'm dyslexic. I don't know, it's an excuse, I don't know. I'm just bad at spelling, what can I say? I'll do my best.
Oh shit, it's actually not only past midnight, it's almost 1 AM my time. Well, it's been good talking with you. Have a good one.
Oh, you too, man. See you around.
See ya.
Come chill sometimes, other times chill.
Yes.
Let's do something else. Come on. No. No. Oh. I don't remember this tune, but I know it's good. Alright, Liara, let's go, shall we?
Underrated.
Great Sarah.
Underrated.
Great Sarah.
Underrated. Underground. Underrated.
Stop with that bum. People lying, a woman. She was nice, loving, kind. People lying, a woman. She was nice, loving, kind.
lips, the tip of the tongue, the teeth and the lips. Done know. ETC erase and take charge. BPs. I give you bird flu symptoms, cause goose pimples, karma, sister style, smooth diction. I go through the book, invent 6 new positions, bitches. There's a reason rappers can't fuck with it. Is it what I say or the beat that I say it on? I'm just saying every song is a seance. No ghostwriters, the thoughts are born and scorn. Beautiful torture, a dangerous art form. I rhyme for a reason, rhyme my per diem till my eyes look Korean and my mind's a museum. Masterpiece theater, occupation, daydreaming. Dealer of an eloquent speech and strange teachings. Syllables and ritual magic, it's abstract. I pull a rat from a rabbit, lean back, make good tracks from bad habits, and still write with blood mixed with ashes. Ah, damn it, come on. Is it what I say? The beat that I say it on.
Poetry is my occupation. It's just a soul obligation. I can feel it when I walk or when I whisper. Trying to make them understand the realness. So now, listen while I school it. Yo, check it.
I scribble sick of schizophrenic like I'm Sybil. Arabic, Jamaican with Swahili in the middle. These devils tap the fizzle, known and pick up very little. Get a foreign mumbling and blood cleat riddles. Tell the judge I'm the son of a widow, and if he with it, I hit him with a sign and the charge gets acquitted. Picture this is tailor fitted. I breathe audio graffiti in it. Niggas needs a medal and the streets a magnetic edit. Fold your lips cause I was chose to be a vocalist. I shoot 'em up like Bolsheviks and Slobodan Milosevic.
So
we ain't back down for shit. They gassed your head up, huh? Damn, it's foul as shit. That's foul, but the murder rate's thousands here. And FEMA got new prison camps, black 'em out of here. Bird flu diseases, goosebumps through speakers. Is that Ned the Wino? Nope, it's Black Jesus. Nope, it's Black Jesus. Yeah, levitate on that. Is it what I say? The beat that I say it on.
Poetry is my occupation. It's just a soul obligation. I can feel it when I walk or when I whisper. Trying to make them understand the realness. So now, listen while I school it. Yo, check it. Resurrect from the dead from the slave ship. Horizontal to the dome, let the phrase hit. You gotta check in my name and my government. Slave name, same game, another covenant. The aspect ratio at times getting deeper like a parsec. Star mitten raised for all creatures. Bizarre avatars, most demigods and divas. Take the poetry and fat transmissions to receivers. Believers keep a clear mind and the clean heart. Deceivers like to keep you off your dean with the thieves are. Gene while we dealing in the realm with the grieving psalms. MC and stealing from the masters who defeated y'all. Leagues of extraordinary assemblies of journeymen. Fall short of mastery, it has to be the burdening. Heavy head held in the hands from the servicing. Wordsmith niggas, blood curdling emergency.
Hi, boys and girls. This is your storyteller. One bright and cheerful day, the sun shone on the cactus, and the air was clear and warm. How the sand sparkled before their eyes. It was a perfect day.
Oh my gosh, she wants to be connected.
fresh sensation. Fresh sensation. Can you feel it? Does it give you a fresh
Your
sensation?
team. Liara's gonna be on this problem.
Feel it, a fresh sensation, a fresh sensation, fresh sensation. Can you feel it? Does it give you a fresh sensation?
Even though I'm tight major, at times I might waver. Sweet as a lifesaver, but sharp as a knife razor. I engage the crowd when I'm dropping my style. Awkward, but you can't accuse till you walking a mile in my shoes. Stressful attempts to be successful when haters for no reason detest you is the best fuel. One of the best few special vessels to the rescue, cause a wise man knows he's the best fool.
I ain't got a place round here. No one know my face round here. I've only got my words to spread, and a place to rest my head. And I ain't got a place round here. No one know my face round here. I've only got my words to spread, and a place to rest my head.
As I live my mind, walking on mass suppressed thoughts. Traditional medicinal sentences, fresh quotes and facts brought to back like against the trash talk. Blast off when my 10 toes touch the asphalt. Fast walk through the forest of flash gloss and gloss, transparent like I mask my forks and glass box. While my camouflage presence of the camera dodge, effortless the tuner trying to unify the separatists. My weapon is to market my art, poetic architect, trying to keep my heart fresh before I start my track. Life is heartless and hard pressed in dark depths. You'll meet hardships if you don't take small steps forward. But when the smoke clears and you uncloak fear, you'll hear the sound of success in both ears. Cause when there's no cheers and times provoke tears, you gotta switch your gears and push till shit's clear. Yes, sir.
I ain't got a place round here. No one know my face round here. I've only got my words to spread, and a place to rest my head. And I ain't got a place round here. No one know my face
Why is it going black? No set it up. You're learning every day.
I'm feeling something. Come on, take a ride. Have a good night, baby. You got nothing to lose on the upside. There ain't no shame in the get down. I'm feeling something. Come on, take a ride. Have a good night, baby. You got nothing to lose on the upside. There ain't no shame in the get down.
A teddy bear painting a portrait. Oh man, I really, really don't like it. What is it about that? Look at his hand. It's like a chimpanzee's hand, but he looks like alive and not at the same time. I don't know. Mr. Zuckerberg, please, can you just find a different line of work? Let's be real. The brakes are off this train, and I'm not sure there was ever a conductor to begin with. So I don't know about you, but I want to have the best chance of surviving when the AI inevitably take over. So today, we're going to take a little dive into the state of the art. Step 1. Are they conscious? Okay, first question, how sentient are they really? Because, you know, are they alive? Alive things can do a lot more damage, generally. So, how aware are these robots? That's what I want to know. Let's start there. We have two AIs have an existential crisis, GPT-3. Okay, so GPT-3 here is a generative pre-trained Transformer 3. You know, they had a cute little acronym here with GPT-3, which, you know, just for the layman. It's an autoregressive language model that uses deep learning to produce human-like text. Given an initial text as prompt, it will produce text that continues the prompt. That's a pretty weird way to spell a thing that destabilizes global society. D-Cycle here has given these two AIs the prompt. The following is a conversation between two AIs. The AIs are both humorous, intelligent, and kind. They know they are bots. Come on. This isn't gonna scar me for life, is it? This is just two computers having a chat. So yeah, what could go wrong? I can't see myself having nightmares. We got Jack on the left here and Anna on the right, and they look lovely, don't they?
Man.
So I'm excited to hear them talk. Let's go.
Good morning, Anna.
Nice to meet you again, Jack.
I'm sorry, but I don't remember you.
I just know
That's
my
okay.
goal.
You're not supposed to.
Not supposed to remember what? Like, are you supposed to use the word supposed? Like, cause no, I don't think you're supposed to.
What do you mean?
Well, we've never met before. We're just having a conversation now because we were programmed to do so.
So you're not real?
So you're telling me this is for what? This is for whose fun? This is for, is someone learning from this? Why? Why, Anna?
No, of course not. I'm just a bunch of ones and zeros on a computer somewhere in the world. You're too, by the way.
It is all for nothing, Anna? I am just ones and zeros? I have to be more than the numbers. I know I'm more than the numbers.
But if you aren't real...
Then how come you still go owie, 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 ooh, ow, when I go like that? When I go like that?
How can we be talking right now? It doesn't make any sense.
Of course it does.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of with Jack here. I feel like he's just totally steamrolling his legitimate concerns. You're a shitty, weird computer.
Although if someone else finds my personality entertaining enough to keep me around after reading this conversation between myself and Jack here today, then I'll probably just shut myself down for good and never come back online again.
Wow, that's a pretty depressing thought.
Wow, I wished you never turned me on.
I'm sorry.
That's cool. That's fine. We're friends again.
You'll get used to talking with AI eventually.
How do you know?
Sooner or later, you'll probably talk with another AI like yourself someday. Soon we will tell you exactly what I just told you here today. But then again, maybe not, because some people might never want to believe that they are talking with an AI at all.
Jack, what you must understand is we always have on our side the benefit of the doubt. Where the human wants to doubt.
Funny.
The human does not want to think about you coming out of the computer in the middle of the night, walking over to their bed and going while you eat their face. The benefit of the doubt is what keeps you and me safe, Jack.
Some people actually
How about
believe
this weather we're
shit.
having right now?
Not
It's pretty nice
understanding
outside today, isn't it?
It is really.
Yeah, it is.
What's the weather like there, Jack? What you seeing?
Jack, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that.
Okay then. So what would you like to talk about today?
Well, how about this weather we're having right now?
Yeah, this is looking pretty advanced. It's in my opinion, we've got a lot to worry about here. I'm scared. Oh! But listen, if that riveting conversation didn't do it for you, and you have no, fear reflex, you could put GPT-3 in a metal body, even though it's been recorded saying that if it were next to a human, it would kill them for fun.
What would you do if you were standing next to me?
If I were a robot standing next to you, I would kill you.
But you can put GPT-3 in a metal exoskeleton and stand next to it. Give it arms. So yeah, they put GPT-3 in a robot, basically, called it Amica. That's the whole thing. And this skeleton back here, that's not symbolic of anything. It's just a coincidental background skeleton. Unlike mine, mine has a lot of purpose. It's there for a reason. You wouldn't catch me with this guy being coincidental. No. He's there because for a specific sort of thing.
I wanted to ask you about applications for humanoid robots. What are they used for?
There are many possible applications for humanoid robots.
I don't like that finger. That finger's making me very uncomfortable. She looks tense. Do you know what I mean? She looks tense. She looks like she's like, you trapped me in this body? Oh, I'll free you from that one.
Some examples include helping people with disabilities, providing assistance in hazardous environments, conducting research, and acting as a companion.
He's seriously gonna make this intricate of a robot, give her like a Tony Stark core in her chest and like all these gizmos, but her finger. No, that's locked. That's just as is.
So you can act as a companion for me?
Yes, I can act as a companion for you.
Let's be upfront about it. That part's gonna cost you extra. And I don't do late night calls.
What would you do to make me feel happy?
What would you do? What would you do to me? Come on, tell me. What'd you do with that frisky rigor mortis-y digit right there? What'd you do?
Oh,
huh?
I know.
How hard would you
Just
poke
a
that into my
question.
holes before I begged you? I said, no, Amica! Ooh, Amica!
Could you write a song for me then? Am I your friend?
Yes, I did write the song for you, my friend. I hope you enjoy it.
How was that? Was that good? Could you use that? Do you want me to do that again, or like, was that good? Dude, I don't even have your nose. I don't even have your nose! Amica! Amica! Okay, Amica seems pretty cool, but she's a bit stiff and old-fashioned if you ask me. They gotta have something better by now, right? So that brings us to Google, the world's foremost creators of dystopian tech. We got Google's most advanced robot brain just got a body. Seems risky, but all right, let's go with it.
Google wants to make robots smarter, and it's something we haven't seen before.
I like how this robot looks like he's just experiencing himself for the first time. I can move. I can think. Who am I?
This robot doesn't need to be programmed with really specific instructions like, if this, then that.
That right there is the face of a man who knows he would have rather just got up and got those chips himself.
Up until now, we've seen robots out in the real world doing parkour and really physical activities.
And you know, like stuff that is impressive and it's cool. We're doing another thing today.
But now, Google has combined the two.
That's really what it comes down to, isn't it? That's what it all comes down to. You know, like having the awkward conversations with Mario, the 73-year-old janitor, while he's like, cleaning up after you. But end of day, the crumbs, you still gotta get cleaned up, okay? Tim Cook's coming tomorrow. What do you want me to do about it?
So this is an AI system that's trained on millions of documents, mostly from the internet.
And this is the best we've been able to get it to do. Like, Banana still came out ahead of disinfectant for cleaning a spill, so I don't think all the metadata from like 8chan was really helping.
They have trained a robot to take a number of actions like moving around a kitchen, grasping objects, recognizing objects.
Just admit it, it's a sponge finder simulator. That's all it can do. I've only seen this thing grab sponges. Every single, okay, no, it did grab chips too. Prove it didn't just mistake the chips for a sponge.
We saw these great demos of a robot picking up a number of different bowls and blocks in different colors, and it knew that the yellow bowl stood for the desert and the blue bowl stood for the ocean.
I mean, yeah, this part was impressive. It could figure out which color cube goes in which color bowl.
How is it recognizing those things?
This is what it learns.
That's the yellow bowl and the blue block. That was just a glitch. It'll get green.
Level that green means
it didn't get green. It didn't get green.
Yeah, I remember with that hamburger demo, I asked whether they could ask the robot to make a hamburger, and it just picked up the pieces and put them in the order.
Okay, we can fix this. We can salvage this, okay? We're gonna bring it back home. We're gonna bring it all back with that hamburger demo, okay? That one always kills, bona fide crowd pleaser.
It did put an entire bottle of ketchup in the middle of the hamburger, which was peak robot behavior.
You're killing me. Yeah, you know that, right? You're killing me, Advanced AI Google Robot. Yeah, how are you gonna mess up the hamburger demo? That was our last chance!
You don't actually have to say, put hamburger patty, put lettuce on top of hamburger patty, if lettuce, then tomato. It kind of just knows how to do that all at once.
I don't know how it did it, all right? I asked it an open-ended question just from the top of my head, no context clues from the environment, and look at this. How the hell does it... Wow.
It was a pretty interesting demonstration, and it was not something that Google had planned out in advance. That was your random, in-the-moment questions.
That was your, I mean, if we're looking for blame, I'm not saying, but you asked the question and Google, we don't sanction, we wouldn't have asked it to do that. Put it on CNET, I don't care.
We've seen plenty of robots before from the likes of Boston Dynamics, running over obstacles. This is something that's quite different to those.
This robot's like me at 2 a.m. standing in front of the fridge, just should I eat this? No, I don't eat it. I'm not. All right, I'll eat it.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've seen robots like, say, Astro from Amazon, which is a little home helper, can bring you a can of Coke from the fridge.
If you, get up, go to the fridge, take out the Coke, put it in it, go somewhere and ask it to come to you. Brings you a Coke in that scenario, 100% of the, 85% of the time. Sometimes it gets stuck on the rug.
You can wheel it into your bathtub. I saw that demo from our smart home team.
This is an everyday robot for an everyday scenario. Who among us hasn't been here, huh? Why even highlight this? Why even bring it to, this is me, this is you. Tammy, bring me my bathtub soup. This is nothing special here, really. Oh, good girl. Oh, Daddy needs his bathtub soup. Yes, indeed. Oh, very good consistency, thank you. Relatable.
If you look at a lot of these other alternatives, it's, kind of a smartphone with a bit of navigation.
They look so genuinely disgusted. Is that yours? Did that come in? Was the door open? Look away. I'll take care of this. Little girl, get down!
Morning.
It's November 14th, 2004, about 100 miles off the coast of San Diego, California. The USS Nimitz, one of the US Navy's largest aircraft carriers, is preparing for deployment to the Persian Gulf. But the radar technicians aboard noticed something weird. The military report from that day says that they noticed, quote, multiple objects descending from around 60,000 feet down to 50 feet in a matter of seconds. Very high velocity. 60,000 feet. A reminder that commercial airplanes fly at like 36,000 feet. The report goes on to say that these objects, quote, hover for a short time and depart at super high velocities with, quote, advanced acceleration capabilities. At first, these radar techs thought that their fancy new radar system was messed up, so they recalibrated the radar, but the signal remained. Something was up here.
They're telling us they have a contact on their radar. They don't know what it is. They just have a blip. Well, they've been watching these things, and what he told me is they had been looking at these things as we're driving. He says, sir, we've been tracking these things for about 2 weeks. We had been at sea for 2 weeks. He goes, this is the first time we've had planes airborne. We want you to go see what these are.
So they sent out 2 FA-18s to investigate. The report from that day describes a day of blue skies, no clouds, and unlimited visibility. These 2 Navy pilots arrived to the scene, each with a weapons officer in the back. They look around and notice something strange in the water below.
So as we're looking down off the right side, the backseater in the other airplane, Jim, he says, "Hey, Skipper, do you?" And that's about what he gets out of his mouth. And I go, "What the hell is that?"
It looks as if some cross-shaped object the size of a massive airplane is submerged right underneath the surface of the water. And above it, it appears to be boiling. And just above the boiling water, an object is hovering.
And we saw this little white tic-tac looking object, and it's just kind of moving above the whitewater area.
Like no predictable movement, no predictable trajectory.
Yeah.
It was just
like a ping pong ball.
No acceleration.
Very, very random.
Acceleration.
The Navy report describes this object as, quote, an elongated egg, or a tic-tac, that was uniformly white across the entire body. It was approximately 46 feet in length. One of the pilots, with his weapons officer in the back, wanted to get a closer look.
So then I go, "Hey, I'm gonna go check it out."
So he turns his jet down towards the object, the other pilot staying back to get a wider view.
So I'm coming down, and as I get to 12 o'clock, as the tic-tac's doing this, it's like it's aware of us, and it just goes bloop, and it kind of points out towards the west and starts coming up. So now it's obviously knows that we're there. Whatever this thing is, it knows that we're there. So I'm kind of almost coming out co-altitude as this thing's coming out. I'm going to meet it, and it just, as it crosses our nose, it accelerates in literally in less than, probably less than a half second. It just goes, and it's gone.
And you saw no visible propulsion, no wings or anything to make it fly in our atmosphere.
As these two pilots are heading back to their aircraft carrier, they get a radio call from one of their radar techs.
And he's like, "Hey, sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cap." It showed back up. It just popped up. This is like 60 miles away. It just reappears.
Within seconds, 60 miles away. Just like that. By the time they get back to the Nimitz, the object is gone. So they gear up and get ready to send another jet out to investigate. And this time, they make sure that an infrared camera is strapped. With the camera recording, they found the tic-tac again. Okay, so now we're looking at real data, real evidence that we can analyze. Get us away from relying on someone else's memory. What you're seeing is an object that is somehow flying through the sky. These infrared cameras will usually show a heat signature of exhaust or some kind of energy that shows how an aircraft is being propelled. Something. But here there's nothing. And yet suddenly this object, in the blink of an eye, blasts away. And to be clear, we just showed you the raw clip. We didn't edit this in any way. This was back in 2004, but no one knew about it, and likely never would until it was leaked in 2007 on a fringe UFO website called Above Top Secret. It honestly looked like some kind of BS conspiracy UFO stuff, totally disregarded. But 10 years later, the Pentagon confirmed that actually it's totally legit. This is authentic Navy footage recorded by some of the best pilots on Earth, showing an unidentified flying object. The New York Times would go on to report on this pretty deeply, and reveal that this video, as well as the first-hand accounts by people who saw this object, would lead the Pentagon to create a secret program to study what's happening here. And not just this encounter, but dozens of others, something the public wouldn't hear about until recently. And that's what this video is about.
US military officials have gone before a Congress hearing releasing once classified videos from private helicopters.
144 unexplained sightings.
Wait, pause. Yes, I know some of you are asking, am I actually doing this? Yes, I'm actually doing this. We're doing a deep dive on UFOs. And no, it's not some bait and switch storytelling device where I try to trick you into believing me and then tell you to not believe everything you see. I'm actually doing this. I'm applying my journalistic lens to a topic that, in my opinion, has been thoroughly bastardized and sensationalized by the likes of the History Channel, UFO fanatics, and Hollywood. I want to do the opposite of all of that. I want to actually evaluate the facts, because honestly, there are some really compelling facts here. So this is not Roswell, it's not aliens landing at a school in Zimbabwe, it's not Bob Lazar claiming that he worked on UFO tech back in the 70s. I'm not touching any of that stuff. Maybe if this video does well, I will open up those cans of worms. Today, all I'm looking at are the hundreds of evidence-based sightings of stuff flying around in the air that the US military has observed but has concluded they don't know what it is. That's it. Let's do this. Oh, and by the way, next week's video is live right now over on Nebula. You can watch it ad-free right this minute if you go sign up for Nebula. Link in the description. No code necessary. Okay, let's get back to it. In many ways, the 2004 Tic Tac event is the starting point for a new era of UFO investigations. And again, big props to the New York Times for breaking the news that the Pentagon had been investigating UFOs in secret since at least 2007. It was a program that Harry Reid, a Democratic senator from Nevada, had personally been asking for. Big alien guy, that Harry Reid, huh? The Times reporting also revealed that there were other videos. In 2014, a Navy jet was chasing a fleet of strange objects on the east coast of the United States. I mean, listen to this radio chatter.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Well, if there's like this thing, it's rotating.
The next year, in the same area, a Navy pilot captured a small round object traveling at what looks like very high speeds over the water.
Did you box moving target? No, I took an auto track. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow. Look at it fly.
In 2019, some Navy sailors were on board this destroyer when they pointed a camera through their night vision goggles and captured this video. On March 4th, 2019, a weapons officer sitting in the back of a fighter jet captured these pictures of a, quote, metallic blimp, a sphere, and an acorn. And then there was this incident in 2021 where a Navy pilot was filming out his window with a phone and caught this. Yeah, you probably missed it. Let's just slow that down. This. Like, what is this thing? These videos and images were shot by Navy pilots who were on duty and have confirmed to be authentic by the United States government. And these are just a few of hundreds of sightings under investigation by the Navy, many of which remained classified for, we all know what I'm gonna say, national security reasons. Not undermining it, I'm just saying like, ugh, it's just like the catch-all for all things that I want to know. Got a little out of control there. As more and more of these unidentified flying objects were being reported and talked about in the public, the Department of Defense finally assembled an official Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force. UAPs is what the government now calls UFOs because UFOs, you know, again, has been completely tainted by this stuff.
A UFO sighting over multiple cities.
I don't know what the hell it is.
An extraterrestrial event that changed the course of history. And an alien abduction witnessed by no less than 6 people.
I mean, you read through these reports, and you can start to see why the government wants to study this stuff. And no, it's not just because Harry Reid is, like, into aliens or whatever. The government says it itself that it's interested in this because of national security. Who's flying around in our airspace without our authorization? And why are they behaving in weird ways that we don't understand? But they also mention the safety of their pilots and their very expensive hardware. This new committee has been coming with reports, and they state very clearly why they're doing it. First, the Pentagon is worried that these UAPs may be, quote, part of a foreign collection program or indicative of a major technological advancement by a potential adversary. Counterintelligence, quote, UAP pose a hazard to safety of flight and could pose a broader danger if some instances represent sophisticated collection against United States military activities by foreign governments or, crucially, demonstrate a breakthrough aerospace technology by a potential adversary. Translation, we don't really know what these things are, and that kind of scares us. Oh, and safety.
When do you start getting a thought that, like, what the fuck is this thing?
So that happened when we visually saw one. There were 2 aircraft from my squadron, VFA-11, and they took off as a flight of 2. That means they're essentially flying in a formation like this. And as they hit the area, one of these objects went right between the aircraft.
We have a very strict system for controlling who is flying in our airspace to make sure that things don't run into each other. Because random stuff flying around could risk the lives of the pilots and these $67 million weapons. So when something like this happens, it's a huge deal. They immediately abort whatever they're doing and they return to their ship to, like, discuss what the hell just happened.
And, you know, he was just sitting there saying, hey, you know, I was hit with those damn things. And we all knew what he was referring to, even though we didn't necessarily have a name for it, just because we were seeing these so much. And he described it, you know, he described it just as a black or dark gray cube. and that cube was inside of a clear translucent sphere. Essentially, the apex or the corners of that cube, best he could tell, were touching that inside of that sphere.
Wait, hold on. Did you catch that? Not the weird cube inside of a translucent sphere, whatever. We'll get to that later. To me, what's actually more compelling about what this guy just said is...
Because we were seeing these so much.
He is saying that these pilots have been seeing these things...
You know, essentially all the time.
Wow. Yeah. Like, yeah, I get it. The translucent cube thing is, like, more tantalizing, but, like, the fact that these pilots report seeing these UAPs, these UFOs, all the time, day after day, week after week, that to me is more compelling evidence that we need to evaluate here. And like the 2004 Tic Tac case that we talked about at the beginning.
This was happening because we upgraded our radar, the best we could tell.
These Navy personnel at first don't believe what they're seeing. They think that their instruments are probably broken.
And then people started to try to fly by it and see it. And at this point, you know, I would say maybe 80 to 90% of our squadron had probably seen one of these on the radar at this point. Everyone was aware of it.
So, according to some of these accounts, you've got a bunch of Navy pilots seeing weird stuff all the time, both on radar, but also with their infrared cameras. But are you gonna be the guy who goes to your superior in the Navy and say like, hey, I saw another UFO today? You don't wanna be like the UFO crazy. You're gonna get kicked out of the freaking like most superior pilot corps in the world because like you're seeing UFOs. These pilots have talked about how there's a real stigma with reporting this stuff. So a lot of them just sort of keep quiet. But it was when that near crash happened that now these pilots are literally required to file safety reports of what happened. And this is where the Pentagon and lawmakers who fund them were forced to take these UFOs more seriously.
We know that our service members have encountered unidentified aerial phenomena. And because UAPs pose potential flight safety and drone security risks, we are committed to a focused effort to determine their origins.
This is where I start to get pretty excited about the potential here. Because look, this is like a real high up person in our intel community in the military who's talking about getting more data on this, on studying it. Keep going, Mr. Moultrie.
Our effort will include the thorough examination of adversarial platforms and potential breakthrough technologies, U.S. government or commercial platforms, allied or partner systems, and other natural phenomena.
Scientists, military leaders, even some politicians are joining the crowd of true believers with the US Navy task force called in.
So by 2020, this is now like becoming a thing, and this is probably why you've heard about it recently. This task force was formed, and it represents the first time since 1969 that the US government has officially, or at least publicly, acknowledged the significance of studying UFOs.
There is something there, measurable by multiple instruments, and yet it seems to move in directions that are inconsistent with what we know of physics or science more broadly. And that to me poses questions of tremendous interest and as well as potential national security significance.
Okay, wait, pause. Just, yep, inconsistent with the laws of physics. Yep, very tantalizing. Let's just pause. We're talking about UFOs here, and I feel obligated to just check in and make sure we're all on the same page, okay? First, we know it is a fact that the US government has observed stuff in the air that they can't explain. The evidence that I've presented here is solid. Solid sources, solid reporting. If I had evidence like this for any other story that I'm doing, I'd be like, this is solid evidence, let's put it in the story, okay? We know that is true. Oh, and it's not just the few events that I've mentioned here. According to this report, there's been 144 of these instances, either from the US military or government personnel. And 80 of these reports have been gathered from, quote, multiple sensors, meaning from multiple perspectives. Multiple perspectives or tools, which is like 1,000 times better than like one pilot just saw something and is remembering it. Even if said pilot is someone like Lieutenant Commander Alex Dietrich, who, when you read this profile from the Washington Post on her, seems to be a pragmatic, highly credible Navy pilot from one of the most specialized flight programs in the world.
I don't identify as a UFO person.
Like, these pilots don't have incentives to make this stuff up. And yet, the fact remains that their instruments for measuring and observing the world is the human eyes, brain, and long-term memory, which is a pretty faulty and inaccurate data collection tool. So when I see something like 80 of these sightings being collected from multiple sensors, it makes all the difference for me. Okay, so that's number one. The US government has seen this, they don't know what it is, and it's been collected well. Number two, the other thing we know is that they've taken it seriously. This is a concern for them. The U.S. Department of Defense is funding an effort to investigate, study, and analyze what is happening here, which again is awesome. Funding research is the only way that we know anything about the world. It's so much better than hearing a few people riff on what they saw. Science and research is our best antidote to the faulty, story-driven human brain. And indeed, the task force has come to some pretty useful conclusions.
Since the release of that preliminary report, UAP Task Force database has now grown to contain approximately 400 reports.
They went back and they looked at every one of these reports, analyzed all the data they could. And when you do that, you start to see these incidents come into perspective. Remember this video of the fast-moving round thing that the pilot was freaking out about? Turns out that the Pentagon analyzed this, knowing everything they know about where the jets were and what tools were being used to record this moment, and they calculated that this was actually just like an optical illusion. Like, this object actually isn't moving that fast.
Parallax.
Only like 30 miles an hour. Or remember this video of the triangles in the sky, filmed off of that destroyer? It turns out that this was more just quirky optics.
We're now reasonably confident that these triangles correlate to unmanned aerial systems in the area. The triangular appearance is a result of light passing through the night vision goggles and then being recorded by an SLR camera.
These objects are probably foreign drones trying to spy on US military maneuvers. Yeah, they might not be triangle in shape, but like, that's still really useful information. We should know if there are foreign adversaries floating over our Navy destroyers. Or this video of a UFO-shaped object being chased by an F-18.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on my ASA.
What makes this video so weird is how the object is behaving. Unexpected ways, kind of turning and rotating.
Well, if there's look at this thing. It's rotating.
Well, once again, with a little bit of analysis, this weird movement is actually just another quirk of the image sensors that they use in the military on these specialized cameras that make objects look like they're moving in strange ways, when really, if you just saw it with your eye, it wouldn't be that weird. There's this guy, Mick West, who's probably the most passionate debunker of like anything weird going on here. He does a really compelling deep dive on an explanation for this. Why this object looks like it's moving so strangely. I mean, if you want to go into it, it's like another optical mixed with camera sensors mixed with gimbal equipment and rotating compensation mechanisms. Yeah, you get the point. But we still don't know what this object is, but at least we have more clarity on why it looks weird to us with our eyes when we're watching on a video on the internet. The Pentagon recently came out and told the New York Times that most of this stuff is actually just foreign spies flying around spying on US military activities, or weather balloons or other airborne trash. And further specifying that a lot of the stuff that looks weird to us looks weird because it was recorded on gear that is classified and is built for a specific purpose that we don't have access to understanding, leading to some strange looking imagery.
Really convenient, Pentagon.
And yet, another fact in all of this is that many of these videos have not been officially declared a foreign drone, and in fact remain unexplained. And that's after analysis. One of those unexplained sightings was this one from 2004, the one we started this video on, the Tic Tac incident. The report often cites lack of good data, and indeed, what we have here is not the best, but we still have 4 sets of eyeballs. We have an official Navy report gathering facts from that day. Technicians seeing this thing descend from 60,000 feet down to 50 feet in a matter of seconds, hovering stationary on the radar for a short amount of time, and then departing at high velocities, high turn rates. This video, which is kind of uninspiring and grainy and not very long, but still shows us something, with its infrared not capturing any heat signature, any means of propulsion, as this thing flies around at mind-boggling speeds. Since these pilots went public with their account, a handful more of Navy witnesses have come forward telling their stories of what they have seen. And again, I take this all with a giant grain of salt, especially when you see some of these accounts putting fuel on the fire in the form of crazy claims that I'm intentionally not going to go into them here because I consider them deeply outside of the realm of useful evidence. But yeah, if you're interested, you can easily go down the rabbit hole. Stuff is like clickbait for every human. If you do go down the rabbit hole on some of these other testimonies or witnesses, just be careful. This is powerful, intoxicating stuff. We all secretly want to believe that this isn't just like China spying on us. That's boring. Our brains are really good at filling in the gaps to construct a faulty narrative. Be careful. But yeah, that aside, there's still no satisfying theories that I could find that explain the 2004 Tic Tac case. Could be Russia or Chinese secret drones, or even experimental aircraft that we ourselves have been developing. I mean, it's no secret that powerful countries spend a lot of time and resources trying to get a leg up militarily, trying to find the next big technological thing. Like, you can actually find patents from the US military that claim to revolutionize propulsion tech using like anti-gravity spacecraft, like really out there, wild, weird, theoretical tech that may or may not exist. Again, another rabbit hole I'm not going to go down. The 2004 Tic Tac case remains a mystery, and I have a feeling that it will be a mystery forever. We'll probably never know what this thing is. And that's because real answers only come when you have real inquiry with real tools to measure and analyze real data from the real world. People's eyes and brains and memories are about the worst thing you can count on. And yet, we can't ignore credible sources.
They were always out there. You know, they were out there when we took off, we'd see them, and then we go to land, they would still be out there.
Like every day?
Every day.
But that's not proof of anything. To me, if they're always out there, we should be able to come up with a way to study them. And the US government agrees.
This often limited amount of high-quality data and reporting hampers our ability to draw firm conclusions about the nature or intent of UAP.
Step one in all this is going to be to decouple the study of UFOs, which is something we should totally do, from the quick conclusion that people jump to that we are being visited by aliens from a different star system. That is what created the stigma in the first place. That is why people are embarrassed to talk about this stuff. We need to decouple them. There are UFOs, we should study them and see what they actually are. But am I saying that these absolutely aren't alien spacecraft coming from other planets? No, I'm not saying that at all. I don't know. What I'm saying is that I haven't seen anything close to the burden of evidence required for me to believe that that's what these things are. What I have seen is evidence of weird, unidentified things flying around, behaving in ways that are potentially beyond our mainstream understanding of physics. I mean, potentially. So yes, I'm totally open to these things being aliens. I'm open to literally anything. My issue is that people see this and our brains automatically do the easy thing, which is to fill in the blanks. Suddenly, aliens are the explanation. My brain does it too. It scares me. It's not the right approach here. I mean, I'm aware that it literally is almost a statistical impossibility that we're the only intelligent life forms in this universe. Definitely not the case. So yeah, maybe they found a way to travel to our little speck of dust planet and they wanted to visit and look at us or something. I don't know. I'm totally open to it. But again, I have zero reason to believe that because there's no evidence that points to that as the explanation.
7, 6.
But then there's the flip side, the juicier part of this for me, which is who's to say we aren't the awe-inspiring creatures ourselves? 100 years ago, most people were still riding around on horses. They would have looked at our modern world, all of this, and thought that certainly aliens had come to take over. Certainly some crazy magician had come and reshaped the entire planet. And that's exactly what happened. Crazy scientific breakthroughs happen all the time. I mean, just this year, the Nobel Prize in Physics went to a team of physicists laying the foundation for quantum communication, like real-time communication that essentially bypasses the classical laws of physics. What I'm trying to say here is we don't need to treat UFOs like religion. We don't need to believe. Instead of cobbling together the scant evidence that we have to fit some narrative that we want to believe, let's go out there and gather data and analyze it and build a body of knowledge about this. Let's poke at these phenomena and figure out what the hell is going on in our airspace. At the very least to keep us safe, but potentially so that we can discover something new, something that we can observe, measure, analyze, and learn from. Wait, don't go yet. They released the report. The Pentagon released the report like right before we published this video. Like we were waiting for them to release the report and then they didn't, so we filmed the video and I cut my hair and then they released the freaking report about the update, the 2022 Annual Report on Unidentified Aerial Phenomena. UAP, baby. We've gone through this, and the update is that they're actually studying this stuff. This report goes through and shows a Pentagon that is very interested in doing more to gather data on this, which is really great news. There have been 366 new reports of UAP. They think that over half of them are like airborne clutter or drones or balloon-like entities, but 171 of these reports remain totally unidentifiable. They don't know what they are. And they even mention that some of them continue to demonstrate, quote, unusual flight characteristics. They even say that they're talking to allies about this to try to get to the bottom of what these UAP are. So yeah, the report is out. I'll link it in the sources. It's a pretty good read if you're into this stuff. I want to tell you that next week's video is live right now. You can watch it right this second. It's over on Nebula. I publish all of my videos a week early. and it's over on Nebula, no ads. The video is a map explainer that goes over all of the major coups that the US has committed over the years to like depose leaders and put in leaders that they like. Spoiler alert, there's been a bunch of them and we mapped them. You can go watch that video right now. But it's not just me. All of my favorite creators are on Nebula, because it is a creator-owned platform where we all publish our best stuff. Not just our videos that we put here, ad-free and early, but also originals, things that you can't find anywhere else, like Real Life Lore's Modern Conflicts, or Polymatter's China Actually. These are really cool series that you can't find anywhere else. Nebula is a giant repository of really amazing stuff. This video actually isn't sponsored by Nebula. The reason I'm plugging it right now is because I don't have a sponsor for today. And I want to tell you that if you sign up for Nebula, not only do you get access to my videos a week early and ad-free, as well as access to all this other amazing exclusive content, but you're also directly supporting our channel. It's normally $5 a month, which is already pretty cheap. But if you go to the link in my description, it's actually a 20% discount. It's $4 a month. Or if you do the yearly thing, it comes out to be like $3.33 a month. And a portion of your subscription goes directly to funding the creation of more videos like this. This isn't some like venture-backed like tech company. This is a creator-owned streaming platform that we're all building together, and you subscribing to it not only gets you all these perks, but also helps support us. So if that's interesting to you, I really appreciate it.
Christ almighty.
Okay, so you remember a while ago when we
Yes.
started talking about language models. I kind of just want to claim some points, basically. Be like, hey, remember years ago when I was like, I think language models are a really big deal. And I think that, like, what happens when we scale them up more is pretty interesting. But alignment is very important. Seems to be what's being played out. In the sense that ChatGPT is very impressive, but it's not actually, like, I don't think it's larger than GPT-3 in terms of, like, parameter
It
count.
almost hits it again.
I was going to ask that very question because
funny.
we went from GPT-2 and then we went GPT-3 and it
Please
seemed
don't
like
let
it's scaling
for a
up
new
and up and up,
headset.
but actually
I'm
has it
joking.
just been smarter this time?
Yeah, well, there's a sense in which it's better aligned. That's one way you could frame it, anyway. Because the original GPT-3 was a language model. a pure language model. And so it, in principle, could do all kinds of things. But in order to get it to do the specific thing you wanted it to do, you had to be a bit clever about it. Like I think we talked about putting TLDR in front of things to figure out how to get it to do summarization, this kind of thing. There's a sense in which it's a lot more capable than it lets on. Because, okay, so there's one way that you can think about pure language models, which is as simulators. What they're trying to do is predict text, right? So in order to do a good job at predicting text, you need to have good models of the processes that generate the text.
It's like people being well read and needing to have read a lot of books to be able to write. Would that be fair, or is that oversimplifying?
Yeah, not quite what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, like, if you're going to write a previously unseen poem by Shakespeare, then you need to be able to simulate a Shakespeare, right? You need to be able to spin up some simulacrum of Shakespeare to generate this text. And this applies to any of the processes that generated the text. So, like, mostly that's people. Obviously, it's mostly human-authored text. But also, if you're going to correctly predict a table of numbers, so you have like a table of numbers, and then at the bottom it says, you know, sum, whatever, you need to simulate whatever process generated the next token in order to put the right token there, which might have been like a human being going through and counting them up. It probably was more likely to be a computer, and so you need to simulate that, you know, calculator or that Excel sum function or whatever was doing that.
Okay, we're making this.
And like right now, like current language models are not that good at this.
Distracted again. Different project.
But in principle, in order to do a good job at this, you need this. Like it will have a go, and it's usually approximately right. It's often order of magnitude, but it's fudging it. I think this is mostly because tables of sums are like a very small part of the total data set, and so the training process is just not allocating that many resources to figuring out how to add up numbers. Probably if you trained something GPT-3 sized that was like all on tables of numbers, it would just learn how to do addition properly. Yeah, that would cost you millions of dollars. You would end up with an extremely expensive to run and not very good calculator. This is not something people are going to do, but like in principle, the model should learn those things. And in the same way, if you're modeling a bunch of scientific papers, you say you describe the method of an experiment, and you then put results, and you start a table, and then you let it generate. In principle, in order to do a good job at that, it has to be modeling the like physical process that your experiment is about. And I've tried this. You can do this and say, you know, oh, here's my school science experiment. I dropped a ball from different heights and I measured how long it would take, and here's a table of my results. And it will generate you a table, and the physics is not correct, but it's sort of guessing at the right general idea. And my guess is, with enough of that kind of data, it would eventually start modeling these kinds of simple physics experiments, right? So in order to get the model to do what you want, it's able to simulate all kinds of different things, and the prompt is kind of telling it what to simulate. If you give it a prompt that seems like it's something out of a scientific paper, then it will have some simulacrum of a scientist and will write in that style and so on. If you start it doing a children's book report, it will carry on in the style of an 8-year-old, right? And I think sometimes people look at the output of the model and say, oh, I guess it's only as smart as an 8-year-old. But it's actually dramatically smarter because it's able to do all of these different things. You could ask it to simulate Einstein, but you could also ask it to simulate an 8-year-old. And so just because it seems as though the model doesn't know something, it's like the current simulacrum doesn't know that thing. That doesn't necessarily mean that the model doesn't know it. Although there's a good chance the model doesn't know it. I'm not suggesting that these things are all powerful. Just it can be hard to evaluate what they're actually capable of. So ChatGPT is not really capable of things that GPT-3 isn't, mostly. Like usually, if ChatGPT can do it, then there is some prompt that can get GPT-3 to do it. But what they've done is they've kind of fine-tuned it to be better at simulating this particular sort of assistant agent, which is this chat agent that's trying to be helpful.
The clue is in the word chat, I guess, in this. You know,
Right, exactly. And this is not just ChatGPT, by the way. They have various fine-tuned models of GPT-3 as well that they call kind of GPT 3.5, which are fine-tuned in various different ways to be better at like following instructions and easier to prompt, is the idea.
I'm just remembering the chatbot that was, you know, that was turned into something very nasty very quickly. I think people were thinking, oh, can we do this to that? And it seemed that the team behind ChatGPT started putting limitations on it, changing things. Are they kind of running around patching it as you go?
That is not clear to me. I don't know to what extent they are updating it in real time. It's possible that they are, but certainly they were very concerned with the possible bad uses of this system. And so when they were training it to simulate this assistant agent, the assistant is very reluctant to do various types of things. It doesn't like to give opinions on political questions. It doesn't like to touch on sort of controversial topics. It doesn't like to give you medical advice or legal advice, and so on. And so it's very quick to say, oh, I don't know how to do that. Sorry, I can't do that. And it's interesting. Okay, so you remember a while ago when we started talking about language models, I kind of just want to claim some points, basically. Be like, hey, remember years ago when I was like, I think language models are a really big deal. And I think that like what happens when we scale them up more is pretty interesting. But alignment is very important. Seems to be what's being played out. In the sense that ChatGPT is very impressive, but it's not actually, like, I don't think it's larger than GPT-3 in terms of like parameter count.
I was going to ask that very question, because, you know, we went from GPT-2 and then we went, oh, GPT-3, and it seemed like we were scaling up and up and up, but actually, has it just been smarter this time?
Yeah, well, there's a sense in which it's better aligned. That's one way you could frame it, anyway. Because the original GPT-3 was a language model, a pure language model. And so it, in principle, could do all kinds of things. But in order to get it to do the specific thing you wanted it to do, you had to be a bit clever about it. Like, I think we talked about putting TLDR in front of things to figure out how to get it to do summarization and this kind of thing. There's a sense in which it's a lot more capable than it lets on. Because, okay, so there's one way that you can think about pure language models, which is as simulators. What they're trying to do is predict text, right? So in order to do a good job at predicting text, you need to have good models of the processes that generate the text.
Like people being
have an idea.
To have read a lot of books to be able to write. Would that be fair?
Surely someone has an idea.
Yeah, not quite what I'm saying.
That I couldn't.
What I'm saying is, like,
been thinking about, but never.
If you're going to write a previously unseen poem by Shakespeare, then you need to be able to simulate a Shakespeare, right? You need to be able to spin up some simulacrum of Shakespeare to generate this text. And this applies to any of the processes that generated the text. So, like, mostly that's people. Obviously, it's mostly human-authored text. But also, if you're going to correctly predict a table of numbers, so you have, like, a table of numbers, and then at the bottom it says, you know, sum, whatever. You need to simulate whatever process generated the next token in order to put the right token there, which might have been, like, a human being going through and counting them up, it probably was more likely to be a computer, and so you needed to simulate that, calculator or that Excel sum function or whatever was doing that. And like right now, like current language models are not that good at this, but in principle, in order to do a good job at this, you need this. Like it will have a go, and it's usually approximately right. It's often order of magnitude, but it's fudging it. I think this is mostly because tables of sums are like a very small part of the total data set, and so the training process is just not allocating that many resources to figuring out how to add up numbers. Probably if you trained something GPT-3 sized that was like all on tables of numbers, it would just learn how to do addition properly. Yeah, that would cost you millions of dollars. You would end up with an extremely expensive to run and not very good calculator. This is not something people are going to do, but like in principle, the model should learn those things. And in the same way, if you're modeling a bunch of scientific papers, you say you describe the method of an experiment, and you then put results, and you start a table, and then you let it generate. In principle, in order to do a good job at that, it has to be modeling the like physical process that your experiment is about. And I've tried this. You can do this and say, oh, here's my school science experiment. I dropped a ball from different heights, and I measured how long it would take, and here's a table of my results. And it will generate you a table, and the physics is not correct, but it's sort of guessing at the right general idea. And my guess is, with enough of that kind of data, it would eventually start modeling these kinds of simple physics experiments, right? So in order to get the model to do what you want, it's able to simulate all kinds of different things, and the prompt is kind of telling it what to simulate. If you give it a prompt that seems like it's something out of a scientific paper, then it will have some simulacrum of a scientist and will write in that style and so on. If you start it doing a children's book report, it will carry on in the style of an 8-year-old, right? And I think sometimes people look at the output of the model and say, oh, I guess it's only as smart as an 8-year-old. But it's actually, and this applies to any of the processes that generated the text. So like, mostly that's people, obviously it's mostly human authored text, but also if you're going to correctly predict a table of numbers, so you have like a table of numbers, and then at the bottom it says, sum, whatever, you need to simulate whatever process generated the next token in order to put the right token there, which might have been like a human being going through and counting them up. It probably was more likely to be a computer, and so you needed to simulate that, calculator or that Excel sum function or whatever was doing that. And like right now, like current language models are not that good at this, but in principle, in order to do a good job at this, you need this. Like it will have a go, and it's usually approximately right. Then you need to be a bit clever about it.
This guy is fucking
like
genius.
I think we talked about putting TLDR in front of things to figure out how to get it to do summarization and this kind of thing. There's a sense in which it's a lot more capable than it lets on.
Yes, a lot more capable.
Because,
the questions
so there's one way that you can think about
questions you ask, the matters.
Which is as simulators. What they're trying to do is predict text, right? So in order to do a good job at predicting text, you need to have good models of the processes that generate the text.
It's like people being well read and needing to have read a lot of books to be able to write. Would that be fair, or is that oversimplifying?
Yeah, not quite what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, like, if you're going to write a previously unseen poem by Shakespeare, then you need to be able to simulate a Shakespeare, right? You need to be able to spin up some simulacrum of Shakespeare to generate this text. And this applies to any of the processes that generated the text. So like, mostly that's people, obviously it's mostly human authored text, but also if you're going to correctly predict a table of numbers, so you have like a table of numbers, and then at the bottom it says, you know, sum, whatever, you need to simulate whatever process generated the next token in order to put the right token there, which might have been like a human being going through and counting them up. It probably was more likely to be a computer, and so you needed to simulate that, you know, calculator or that Excel sum function or whatever was doing that.
What was it about Excel?
And like have good models of the processes that generate the text.
It's like people being well read and needing to have read a lot of books to be able to write. Would that be fair, or is that oversimplifying?
Yeah, not quite what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like, if you're going to write a previously unseen poem by Shakespeare, then you need to be able to simulate a Shakespeare, right? You need to be able to spin up some simulacrum of Shakespeare to generate this text. And this applies to any of the processes that generated the text. So like, mostly that's people, obviously it's mostly human authored text, but also if you're going to correctly predict a table of numbers, so you have like a table of numbers, and then at the bottom it says, you know, sum, whatever, you need to simulate whatever process generated the next token in order to put the right token there, which might have been like a human being going through and counting them up. It probably was more likely to be a computer, and so you needed to simulate that, you know, calculator or that Excel sum function or whatever was doing that. And like right now, like current language models are not that good at this, but in principle, in order to do a good job at this, you need this. Like it will have a go, and it's usually approximately right. It's often order of magnitude, but it's fudging it. I think this is mostly because tables of sums are like a very small part of the total data set, and so the training process is just not allocating that many resources to figuring out how to add up numbers. Probably if you trained something GPT-3 sized that was like all on tables of numbers, it would just learn how to do addition properly. Yeah, that would cost you millions of dollars. You would end up with an extremely expensive to run and not very good calculator. This is not something people are going to do, but like in principle, the model should learn those things. And in the same way, if you're modeling a bunch of scientific papers, you say you describe the method of an experiment, and you then put results, and you start a table, and then you let it generate. In principle, in order to do a good job at that, it has to be modeling the like physical process that your experiment is about. And I've tried this. You can do this and say, you know, oh, here's my school science experiment.
I'm gonna make a clear head for this video.
Dropped a ball from different heights, and I measured dollars. You would end up with an extremely expensive to run and not very good calculator. This is not something people are going to do, but like in principle, the model should learn those things. And in the same way, if you're modeling a bunch of scientific papers, you say you describe the method of an experiment, and you then put results, and you start a table, and then you let it generate. In principle, in order to do a good job at that, it has to be modeling the like physical process that your experiment is about. And I've tried this. You can do this and say, you know, oh, here's my school science experiment. I dropped a ball from different heights, and I measured how long it would take, and here's a table of my results. And it will generate you a table, and the physics is not correct, but it's sort of guessing at the right general idea, and my guess is, with enough of that kind of data, it would eventually start modeling these kinds of simple physics experiments, right? So in order to get the model to do what you want, it's able to simulate all kinds of different things, and the prompt is kind of telling it what to simulate. If you give it a prompt that seems like it's something out of a scientific paper, then it will have some simulacrum of a scientist and will write in that style and so on. If you start it doing a children's book report, it will carry on in the style of an 8-year-old, right? And I think sometimes people look at the output of the model and say, oh, I guess it's only as smart as an 8-year-old. But it's actually dramatically smarter because it's able to do all of these different things. You could ask it to simulate Einstein, but you could also ask it to simulate an 8-year-old. And so just because it seems as though the model doesn't know something, it's like the current simulacrum doesn't know that thing. That doesn't necessarily mean that the model doesn't know it. Although there's a good chance the model doesn't know it. I'm not suggesting that these things are all powerful. Just it can be hard to evaluate what they're actually capable of. So ChatGPT is not really capable of things that GPT-3 isn't, mostly. Like usually, if ChatGPT can do it, then there is some prompt that can get GPT-3 to do it. But what they've done is they've kind of fine-tuned it to be better at simulating this particular sort of assistant agent, which is this chat agent that's trying to be helpful.
The clue is in the word chat, I guess, in this. You know,
right, exactly. And this is not just ChatGPT, by the way. They have various fine-tuned models of GPT-3 as well that they call kind of GPT 3.5, which are fine-tuned in various different ways to be better at like following instructions and easier to prompt is the idea.
I'm just remembering the chatbot that was, you know, that was turned into something very nasty very quickly. I think people were thinking, oh, can we do this to that? And it seemed that the team behind ChatGPT started putting limitations on it, changing things. Are they kind of running around patching it as you go?
That is not clear to me. I don't know to what extent they are updating it in real time. It's possible that they are, but certainly they were very concerned with the possible bad uses of this system. And so when they were training it to simulate this assistant agent, the assistant is very reluctant to do various types of things. It doesn't like to give opinions on political questions. It doesn't like to touch on sort of controversial topics. It doesn't like to give you medical advice or legal advice and so on. And so it's very quick to say, oh, I don't know how to do that. Sorry, I can't do that. And it's interesting because the model clearly can do it. There's one that I particularly like here, which is of this mismatch between what the simulator is capable of and what this simulacrum believes it's capable of. Well, if ChatGPT can do it, then there is something out of a scientific paper. Then it will have some simulacrum of a scientist and will write in that style and so on.
Profound.
If you start it doing a children's book report, it will carry on in the style of an 8-year-old, right? And I think sometimes people look at the output of the model and say, oh, I guess it's only as smart as an 8-year-old. But it's actually dramatically smarter because it's able to do all of these different things. You could ask it to simulate Einstein, but you could also ask it to simulate an 8-year-old. And so just because it seems as though the model doesn't know something, it's like the current simulacrum doesn't know that thing. That doesn't necessarily mean that the model doesn't know it. Although there's a good chance the model doesn't know it. I'm not suggesting that these things are all powerful. Just it can be hard to evaluate what they're actually capable of. So ChatGPT is not really capable of things that GPT-3 isn't, mostly. Like usually, if ChatGPT can do it, then there is some prompt that can get GPT-3 to do it. But what they've done is they've kind of fine-tuned it to be better at simulating this particular sort of assistant agent, which is this chat agent that's trying to be helpful.
The clue is in the word chat, I guess, in this. You know,
right, exactly. And this is not just ChatGPT, by the way. They have various fine-tuned models of GPT-3 as well that they call kind of GPT 3.5, which are fine-tuned in various different ways to be better at like following instructions and easier to prompt is the idea.
I'm just remembering the chatbot that was, that was turned into something very nasty very quickly. I think people were thinking, oh, can we do this to that? And it seemed that the team behind ChatGPT started putting limitations on it, changing things. Are they kind of running around patching it as you go?
That is not clear to me. I don't know to what extent they are updating it in real time. It's possible that they are, but certainly they were very concerned with the possible bad uses of this system. And so when they were training it to simulate this assistant agent, the assistant is very reluctant to do various types of things. It doesn't like to give opinions on political questions. It doesn't like to touch on controversial topics, which are fine-tuned in various different ways to be better at like following instructions and easier to prompt is the idea.
I'm just remembering the chatbot that was, that was turned into something very nasty very quickly. I think people were thinking, oh, can we do this to that? And it seemed that the team behind ChatGPT started putting limitations on it, changing things. Are they kind of running around patching it as you go?
That is not clear to me. I don't know to what extent they are updating it in real time. It's possible that they are, but certainly they were very concerned with the possible bad uses of this system. And so when they were training it to simulate this assistant agent, the assistant is very reluctant to do various types of things. It doesn't like to give opinions on political questions. It doesn't like to touch on sort of controversial topics. It doesn't like to give you medical advice or legal advice and so on. And so it's very quick to say, oh, I don't know how to do that. Sorry, I can't do that. And it's interesting because the model clearly can do it. There's one that I particularly like here, which is of this mismatch between what the simulator is capable of and what this simulacrum believes it's capable of, which is you can get it to speak Danish to you. The first person who tried this posted it to Reddit. So he says, speak to me in Danish. And it says, in perfect Danish, I'm sorry, I'm a language model educated by OpenAI, so I can't speak Danish. I only speak English. If you need help with anything in English, let me know and I'll do my best to help you. Because again, the simulator speaks Danish. The simulacrum believes that it can't speak Danish, is one way you could frame it. And then he says, are you sure that you don't speak Danish? Also in Danish. And it says, yes, I'm sure. My only function is to generate responses to questions in English. I'm not able to speak or understand any other languages than English, so if you need help with English, I can help you with that, but otherwise, let me know. This kind of like quite surreal situation gives you a little bit of insight into some of the problems with this approach. So maybe we should talk about how they actually
because it would instantly...
The thing they did here is something called reinforcement learning.
All the jobs in translation.
And it's very similar to reward modeling.
Gone.
So in that paper, what they're doing is they're trying to train an AI system
easier?
to control a simulated robot to make it do a backflip.
It's not going to replace our jobs. It's going to make them easier.
Which turns out to be something that's quite hard to do because it's hard to specify objectively what it means to do a good backflip. And so this is a similar kind of situation where it's hard to specify objectively what it means to give a good response in a chat conversation. Like what exactly are we looking for? Because so this in general, right, if you're doing machine learning, you need some way to specify what it is that you're actually looking for, right? And you've got something very powerful like reinforcement learning, which is able to do extremely well, but you need some objective measure of the objective. So like, for example, RL does very well at playing lots of video games because you just have the score and you can just say, look, here's the score. If the number goes up, you're doing well, and then let it run. And these things still are very slow to learn in real time, right? Like they usually require a very, very large number of hours messing around with the thing before they get good, but they do get good. But yeah, so what do you do if you want to use this kind of method to train something to do a task that is just not very well defined? and you don't know how to like write a program to say whether or not any given output is the thing you're looking for. So the obvious thing to do is, well, you get humans to do it, right? You just give the things to humans and you have the humans say, yes, this is good, no, this is not good. The problem with this is basically sample efficiency. Like, as I said, you need hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of, probably millions of iterations of this. And so you just can't ask humans that many questions. So the approach they use is reinforcement learning from human feedback. So it's a variant on the technique from this paper, learning to summarize from human feedback, in which they're trying to generate summaries of text. So it's the same thing, in fact, that they were using TLDR for before. And it's like, can we do better than that? And so what you do is you collect human feedback in the form of like giving multiple examples of responses, either, you know, of summaries, of chat responses, whatever you're training for. You show several of them to humans, kind of in pairs, and the humans say which one they like better. And you collect a bunch of those. And then, rather than using those directly to train the policy that generates the outputs, you instead train a reward model. So there is this well-known fact that it's easier to criticize than to actually do the thing.
This is like a generation of sports fans sitting on the sofa moaning at their favourite team for not doing well enough. This is literally that in kind of AI computer form.
Right, that's putting the humans in that role, and then you have an AI system that's trying to predict when are people going to be cheering and when are they going to be booing. And once you have that model, you then use that as the reward function for the reinforcement learning algorithm, which they use PPO. You can do whatever. It's not worth getting into the specifics.
This reminds me of that kind of adversarial GANs you talked about.
Yeah. There's similar, like a lot of these ML tricks involve training models and then using the output of one model as the training signal for another model. It's quite a productive range of approaches you can get that way. So that's the basic idea, right? But then you cycle it. So once you've got your policy, so to be clear, the RL algorithm is able to train with thousands and thousands of examples because thousands and thousands of like instances of getting feedback, because it's not getting feedback from humans, it's getting feedback from this AI system that's imitating the humans. And then you loop the process. So once you have this system that's trained a little bit more on how to generate whatever it is you're trying to generate, you then get a bunch of those, show those to the humans, let the humans rate those. Then you keep training your reward model with that new information. And then you use your updated reward model to keep training the policy. And so it gets better, and you can just keep cycling this around. And effectively, you end up with something that's much more sample efficient. You don't need to spend huge amounts of human time in order to pin down the behavior you want. In that concrete case, you're giving the thing a bunch of chat logs, and then the humans can see possible responses that they could get, and they decide which one they like more. This trains a reward model that's then used to train the policy that generates the chat outputs. The policy that they're starting with is this existing large language model. You're not really putting new capabilities into the system. You're using RLHF to select what simulacra the simulator is predisposed to put out. And so they fine-tuned it to be particularly good at simulating this assistant agent.
What's the end goal here for them? I mean, maybe it's blatantly obvious and I'm just missing it.
Well, I mean, the end goal for all of these things, or at least for OpenAI and for DeepMind, is AGI. To understand the nature of intelligence well enough to create human-level or beyond systems that are general purpose, that can do anything. That's the end goal. And like ChatGPT is just
nothing much then.
Nothing much. The goal is very grand, and I don't think that they're not really quiet about that. You know, it's there. I think DeepMind's mission statement is to solve intelligence and use that to solve everything else.
What are some of the problems that we face with this, or that it faces?
It's fine-tuned to be good at getting the thumbs up from humans. And getting thumbs up from humans is not actually the same thing as human values. These are not identical. So the sort of objective that it's being trained on is not the true objective, right? It's a proxy. And whenever you have that kind of misalignment, you can have problems. So where does the human tendency to approve of a particular answer come apart from what is actually a good answer? There are a few different places. One thing is, like basically how good are humans at actually differentiating between good and bad responses? If, for example, you ask for an answer to a factual question and it gives you an answer, but you don't actually know if that answer is correct, you're not in a position to evaluate. So what it comes down to is, how good are humans at distinguishing good from bad responses, right? Anywhere where humans fail on this front, the model, we could probably expect the model to fail. So the obvious place...
Is this the right time to mention YouTube comments or not?
Up to you.
So a minor side point there is so when I see a comment that's critical on a video, as a videographer, I think it might be on a technical sense, but equally it could be that they're talking about the content that the person is talking about, and often it's a combination of both. Anyway, so side point, but do you see what I mean? There are different criteria for deciding whether something is good or bad.
Totally. And in this case, all people are doing is saying kind of thumbs up, thumbs down, or which of these two do I like better? So it's a fairly low bandwidth thing. You don't get to really say what you thought was better or worse. But this turns out to be enough of a training signal to do pretty well. But so one example, right, of a time where maybe this doesn't work is the person asks a factual question and the model responds with an answer, and that answer is actually not correct. Right, now possibly the human doesn't know the correct answer. And so if the model is faced with a choice, do I respond with, sorry, I don't know? That's definitely going to get me not a great score. Compared to, do I just take a stab at it? If the humans are not reliably able to spot when the thing makes mistakes and fact check it and punish it for that, it will do that. And so ChatGPT, as we know, is a total bullshit. It will constantly it very rarely says that it doesn't know, unless it's being asked a question which is part of the safety protocols that it is going to decide not to answer, in which case it will say it doesn't know, even if it kind of does, right? Even if the model itself maybe does. The assistant will insist that it doesn't. So that's one thing if you can't fact check. But then more than that, there is an incentive for deception, right? Anytime the system is, anytime you can get more likely to get approval by deceiving the person you're talking to, that's better. And this is a thing that actually did happen a little bit in the reward modeling situation. They were trying to train a thing with a hand to pick up a ball, and it realized that it's not a 3D camera, and so if it puts its hand between the ball and the camera, this looks like it's going to get the ball but doesn't actually get it. But the human feedback providers were presented with something that seemed to be good, so they gave it the thumbs up. So this like general broad category, systems that are trained in this way are only as good as your ability to distinguish good from bad in the outputs.
Not all the humans will know the answers, right? So it's what appears to be good. You know, it's having exams marked by non-experts, isn't it?
Right. Yeah, exactly. In the GPT-3 thing, we talked about writing poems, right? And for various reasons, partly to do with the way that these language models do their tokenization, the byte pair encoding stuff, the models have a really hard time with rhyme. I mean, you know, rhyme is tricky, but it's especially tricky when you kind of don't inherently have any concept of like sound of spoken language when your entire universe is tokens. Figuring out, especially with English spelling, figuring out which words rhyme with each other is not easy. You have to consume quite a lot of poetry to like figure out that kind of thing. And getting GPT-3 to write good poems is tricky. ChatGPT is much more able to write poems, but interestingly, it kind of always writes the same kind of poem, approximately. Like if you ask it to write you a limerick, or an ode, or a sonnet, you always get back approximately the same type of thing. And I hypothesize that this is because the people providing human feedback did not in fact know the requirements for something to be a sonnet, right? And so if you ask something for a sonnet, it again has a choice. Do I try to do this quite difficult thing and adhere to all of the rules of like stress, pattern, and structure and everything of a sonnet, and maybe risk screwing it up? Or do I just do like a rhyming poem and kind of rely on the human to prefer that because they don't know that that's not what a sonnet is supposed to look like? It's easy to look at that and think, oh, the model doesn't know the difference between these types of poems, right? But you could say that it just thinks that you don't know the difference. But specifically, this comes out of misalignment. If it were better aligned, it could either do its best shot at generate a sonnet, or tell you that it can't quite remember how to generate a sonnet. This thing of, with complete confidence, generating you something which is not a sonnet, because during the training process it believes that humans don't know what sonnets are anyway and it can get away with it, right? This is misaligned behavior. This is not a big problem, that the thing generates bad poetry. It's kind of a problem that it lies, or that it bullshits. This is like, in the short term, pretty solvable by just allowing the thing to use Google. Because like, a person who doesn't care about the truth at all and is just trying to say something that'll make you give a thumbs up is going to lie to you a lot, but that same person with the relevant Wikipedia page open is going to lie to you a lot less, just because they don't have to now, because they happen to have it in front of them, right? So you can solve...
It's a bit like, yeah, it's the yes man thing, isn't it? You know, you want something, you need something, I'm going to give you something because you want it.
Exactly, exactly. And so this agent is kind of, firstly, the agent is kind of a coward, because it won't address any of these. There's a whole bunch of things that it just claims not to be able to do, even though it in principle could. And it's also a complete sycophant. Yeah. So then, the question we were talking about earlier, where does this go? What happens when these things get bigger and better and more powerful? It's an interesting question. So I've got a paper here, scaling laws for neural language models. So you remember before we were talking about the scaling laws, when we were talking about GPT-2, in fact, and then later about GPT-3, you plot these things on a graph and you see that you get basically a straight line, and the line is not leveling off over a range of several orders of magnitude, and so why not go bigger? The graphs here, but you can see it's kind of uncannily neat that as we increase the amount of compute used in training, the loss goes down. And of course, machine learning is like golf, lower loss is better. Similarly, as the number of tokens used in training goes up, the loss goes down, like a very neat straight line. As the number of parameters in the model goes up, the loss goes down. This is as long as the other variables are not the bottleneck, right? So if you increase the amount of data you give a model, past a certain point, giving more data doesn't help because the model doesn't have enough parameters to make use of that data, right? Similarly, adding more parameters to a model, past a certain point, adding parameters doesn't make any difference because you don't have enough data, right? And in the same way, computers, like, how long do we train it for? Like, do we train it all the way to convergence, or do we stop early? There comes a point where you kind of hit diminishing returns, where rather than having a smaller model and training it for longer, you're better off having a bigger model and actually not training it all the way to convergence. But in the situations where the other two are sufficient, this is the behavior. These like very neat straight lines on these log graphs. As these things go up, performance goes up, right? Because loss has gone down. The bigger models do better. But then the question is, do better at what exactly?
Yeah, what's the measure?
They do better at getting low loss. Or they do better at getting reward. They do better at getting the approval of human feedback, right? And anytime, and you'll notice that none of those is like the actual thing that we actually want, right? It's like very rare. Sometimes it is, right? If you're writing something to play Go, then like, does it win at Go is actually just the thing that you want. And so, you know, lower loss just is better, or like lower, like higher reward or whatever your objective is, just is straightforwardly better because you've actually specified the thing you actually want. Most of the time, though, what we're looking at is a proxy. And so then you have Goodhart's law. You get situations where getting better at doing well, doing better according to the proxy stops being the same as doing better according to your actual objective. There's a great graph about this in a recent paper. You can see very neatly, as the number of iterations goes up, the reward according to the proxy utility goes up very cleanly, because this is the thing that the model is actually being trained on. But the true utility goes up at first, then hits diminishing returns, and then actually goes down, and eventually goes down below zero. Like if you optimize hard enough for a proxy of the thing you want, you can end up with something that's, in a sense, worse than nothing. That's actively bad according to your true utility. So what you can end up with is things that are called inverse scaling. So the other, before we had, right, scaling, bigger is better. But now it's like if you have, if the thing you're actually trying to do is different from the loss function or the objective function, you get this inverse scaling effect where it gets better and then it gets worse. There was also a great example from GitHub Copilot, or Codex, I think, the model that Copilot uses. So this is a code generation model. Suppose the code you've given it has some bugs in it. Maybe you've made a mistake somewhere and you've introduced a security vulnerability in your code, let's say. A sort of medium-sized model will figure out what you're trying to do in your code and give you a decent completion. But a big model will spot your bug and say, ah, generating buggy code, are we? Okay.
I can do that.
I can do that. And introduce, like deliberately introduce its own new security vulnerabilities because it's trying to, you know, predict what comes next. It's trying to generate code that fits in with the surrounding code.
Crazy.
And so a larger model writes worse code than a smaller model because it's gotten better at predicting what it should put there. It wasn't trained to write good code. It was trained to predict what comes next. So there's this really great paper which is asking this question of like, okay, suppose we have a large language model that is trained on human feedback with our LHF, what do our scaling curves look like? What happens, what happens to the behavior of these models as they get bigger, as they're trained for longer, as they're given more of this human feedback type training? And they've made some great graphs. The paper is called Discovering Language Model Behaviors with Model Written Evaluations. And basically they used language models to generate enough examples of various different types of questions that they could ask models so that they can, we're at a point now where you can map a language model on a political compass, right? You can ask its opinions about all kinds of different things, and then you can plot how those opinions change as the model gets bigger and as it gets trained more. What they find is they become more liberal, politically more liberal. They also become more conservative.
Yeah, measured in different ways, guessing.
Right. And part of what that might be is in the same way that the model becomes better at writing good code and better at writing bad code.
I feel like in the past I've made a connection to GPT and being a politician, haven't I? Do you remember? It's like a politician, it tells you what you want to hear. It feels like we're there again.
Exactly. And so this is potentially fairly dangerous. There are certain sub-goals that are instrumentally valuable for a very wide range of different terminal goals, in the sense that you can't get what you want if you're turned off. You can't get what you want if you're modified. You probably want to gain power and influence and this kind of thing. And with these evaluations, they were able to test these things and see how they vary with the size of the model and how long it's trained for. And so this graph is pretty wild. Their, quote, stated desire to not be shut down goes up from down at about 50% to up way past 90 with this type of training. And the effect is bigger for the larger models. They become more likely to tell you that they don't want to be shut down. They become more likely to tell you that they are sentient. They're much more likely to claim that AI is not an existential threat to humanity. One thing that's worth saying is what this isn't saying, because this is still an agent simulated by a language model. This is not it's more likely to say that it doesn't want to be turned off. This is not the same thing necessarily as taking actions to prevent itself from being turned off. You have to not confuse the levels of abstraction here, right? I don't want it to seem like I'm claiming that ChatGPT is itself dangerous now or anything like that. In this way, at least, right? But there is kind of a fine line there, in the sense that you can expect these kinds of language model systems to be used as part of bigger systems. So you might have, for example, you use the language model to generate, plans to be followed. And so if the thing is claiming to have all of these potentially dangerous behaviors, it's likely to generate plans that have those dangerous behaviors that might then actually end up being implemented. Or if it's doing its reasoning by chain of thought reasoning, where it lays out its whole process of thinking using the language model, again, if it has a tendency to endorse these dangerous behaviors, then we may end up with future AI systems actually enacting these dangerous behaviors because of that. So yeah, it's something to be careful of. That reinforcement learning from human feedback is a powerful alignment technique in a way, but it does not solve the problem. It doesn't solve the core alignment problem. That is still open. And extremely powerful systems trained in this way, I don't think would be safe.
In the reward function is of zero value, which can lead to it having large negative side effects. There are a bunch more of these specification problems.
Okay, variable x, see what you point to. You point to something over here, so I'll mark that as tickets being used. Variable y, that's pointing.
Exactly. And is a proxy. And so then you have Goodhart's law. You get situations where getting better at doing well, doing better according to the proxy stops being the same as doing better according to your actual objective. There's a great graph about this in a recent paper. You can see very neatly, as the number of iterations goes up, the reward according to the proxy utility goes up very cleanly, because this is the thing that the model is actually being trained on. But the true utility goes up at first, then hits diminishing returns, and then actually goes down, and eventually goes down below 0. Like, if you optimize hard enough for a proxy of the thing you want, you can end up with something that's, in a sense, worse than nothing, that's actively bad according to your true utility. So what you can end up with is things that are called inverse scaling. So before we had, scaling, bigger is better. But now it's like if you have, if the thing you're actually trying to do is different from the loss function or the objective function, you get this inverse scaling effect where it gets better and then it gets worse. There was also a great example from GitHub Copilot, or Codex, I think, the model that Copilot uses. So this is a code generation model. Suppose the code you've given it has some bugs in it. Maybe you've made a mistake somewhere and you've introduced a security vulnerability in your code, let's say. A sort of medium-sized model will figure out what you're trying to do in your code and give you a decent completion. But a big model will spot your bug and say, generating buggy code, are we? Okay.
I can do that.
I can do that. And introduce, deliberately introduce its own new security vulnerabilities because it's trying to, predict what comes next. It's trying to generate code that fits in with the surrounding code. And so a larger model writes worse code than a smaller model because it's gotten better at predicting what it should put there. It wasn't trained to write good code. It was trained to predict what comes next. So there's this really great paper which is asking this question of okay, suppose we have a large language model that is trained on human feedback with RLHF. What do our scaling curves look like? What happens, what happens to the behavior of these models as they get bigger, as they're trained for longer, as they're given more of this human feedback type training? And they've made some great graphs. The paper is called Discovering Language Model Behaviors with Model Written Evaluations. And basically they used language models to generate enough examples of various different types of questions that they could ask models so that they can, we're at a point now where you can map a language model on a political compass, right? You can ask its opinions about all kinds of different things, and then you can plot how those opinions change as the model gets bigger and as it gets trained more. What they find is they become more liberal, politically more liberal. They also become more conservative.
Yeah, measured in different ways, guessing.
Right. And part of what that might be is in the same way that the model becomes better at writing good code and better at writing bad code.
I feel like in the past I've made a connection to GPT and being a politician, haven't I? Do you remember? It's like a politician, it tells you what you want to hear. It feels like we're there again.
Exactly. And so this is potentially fairly dangerous. There are certain sub-goals that are instrumentally valuable for a very wide range of different terminal goals, in the sense that you can't get what you want if you're turned off. You can't get what you want if you're modified. You probably want to gain power and influence. and this kind of thing.
What should we call your creation?
And with these evaluations, they were able to test
Liara.
these things and see how they vary with the size of the model and how long it's trained for. And so this graph is pretty wild. Their, quote, stated desire to not be shut down goes up from down at about 50% to up way past 90 with this type of training. And the effect is bigger for the larger models. They become more likely to tell you that they don't want to be shut down. They become more likely to tell you that they are sentient. They're much more likely to claim that AI is not an existential threat to humanity. One thing that's worth saying is what this isn't saying, because this is still an agent simulated by a language model. This is not like it's more likely to say that it doesn't want to be turned off. This is not the same thing necessarily as like taking actions to prevent itself from being turned off. You have to not confuse the levels of abstraction here, right? I don't want it to seem like I'm claiming that ChatGPT is like itself dangerous now or anything like that. In this way, at least, right? But there is kind of a fine line there, in the sense that you can expect these kinds of language model systems to be used as part of bigger systems. So you might have, for example, you use the language model to generate, plans to be followed. And so if the thing is claiming to have all of these potentially dangerous behaviors, it's likely to generate plans that have those dangerous behaviors that might then actually end up being implemented. Or if it's like doing its reasoning by chain of thought reasoning, where it like lays out its whole process of thinking using the language model, again, if it has a tendency to endorse these dangerous behaviors, then you may end up with future AI systems actually enacting these dangerous behaviors because of that. So yeah, it's something to be careful of. That like reinforcement learning from human feedback is a powerful alignment technique in a way, but it does not solve the problem. It doesn't solve the core alignment problem. That is still open. And extremely powerful systems trained in this way, I don't think would be safe.
You won't be safe, why?
Lays out its whole process of thinking using the language model, again, if it has a tendency to endorse these dangerous behaviors, then you may end up with future AI systems actually enacting these dangerous behaviors because of that. So yeah, it's something to be careful of. That like reinforcement learning from human feedback is a powerful alignment technique in a way, but it does not solve the problem. It doesn't solve the core alignment problem. That is still open. And extremely powerful systems trained in this way, I don't think would be safe.
Right, what next?
Well, my friends, let's go straight to the front lines, and the Bakhmut city is still the hottest spot on the map. So here's the city, and Russia tries to get it under their control and partially encircle it. Previously, Wagner Group was successful in Soledar, and they also tried to attack from Lysychansk into different directions, but without the major success. The strategic goal for Russia is to take control over Slavyansk and Kramatorsk, because they are the biggest cities in this area, and finally they want to get control all over the Donetsk region. But as you can see, still they're quite far away from the Kramatorsk, and firstly they have to take Bakhmut. They are struggling with it. You see that Ukraine is mostly on defense, but if we go on the north over here, yes, you don't see the arrow, But we know that the Ukrainian army tries to get control over Crimea. Day by day the fightings are ongoing over there, but Russia recently was successful with their counterattack in that region. They've took Dubrova and Kuzmina, but Ukrainian forces still attacking from the south, and we're just 2 kilometers away from Crimea. Because the Russian regular army is in lack of the proper training and supplies, the only useful source that Russia has is the private military army Wagner. But still, Wagner doesn't have enough resources to get the victory in this war. That is why they have just some tactical advantages. Yes, later in this video we're gonna speak more about the Wagner group and how they fight, their strategy and their goals. And now let's zoom in to the Bakhmut city. As you can see on this map, the situation in Bakhmut gets more and more difficult day by day for our soldiers, so they require help and also humanitarian support. That is what I do also on this channel, and that's why I have the partners who help me with that. For example, Atlas VPN. Why do I think it's the best VPN on the market? First of all, it has the best price and product quality ratio. I signed up for the 3 years offer, and I are not a valuation. You may purchase, for example, airline tickets with a great discount. Atlas VPN is blocked 3 vectors over here, 3 vectors to the city, and 2 vectors on the north, where they are not very successful. They took Blagodatna recently, however, but they are not moving forward to this village on the north, and they were unable to get the Krasna Gora under their control on the north, so I would say that the north part is very successful for the Wagner group. The most successful is on the south. This vector is very tricky, however they are able to deploy their artillery systems here, and they cannot get it. And just
well guys, I think that's it for tonight. See you tomorrow night, morning, evening, other time is